I'd like to call to order this work session of the Moore County Board of Education, Monday, February 3rd, 12:30. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda is approved. That's motion by Ed, second by Betty, Dr. Brown, excuse me. And it was a 5-0 decision. I'll make note, we are missing Ms. Wallen Miller because she is out with the flu. And Mr. Weaver will be joining us shortly. Dr. Brown, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Certainly. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Great. Dr. Grimacey, let us move to,
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with our pending action items for next week's school board meeting. The first of which is actually initiated by the board chair, and that is nomination to the 2020 NCSBA Legislative Committee. Take it away.
yes, thank you. I'd like to place in nomination the name of Dr. Betty Wells Brown. Dr. Brown serves on our local board legislative committee and has expressed a desire to continue her work in this method through the State Board of Directors. And I believe we have Mr. Dennison already serving on the Board of Directors, so you'll have input
Right.
that way as
I'm
well.
on that committee. These are people that aren't out on the board of directors.
So we would like to put Dr. Brown's name in for consideration. Do I need that as a motion?
I would recommend that you secure a motion from a separate board member.
Okay, is there a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All in favor of placing the name of Dr. Betty Wells Brown in nomination for the Legislative Committee, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Dr. Brown, represent us well. You know what we need in Raleigh, and I know that
That's
you will
right.
speak up on our behalf.
And I've completed the application and turned it in to Ms. Potter, so it can be sent to.
And just to clarify, it is an application.
Yes.
It's not
Right.
automatic that
No.
that she's a member, but I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
With your permission, Madam
Right.
Chair?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Cox.
Madam Chair, Dr. Grimsey, other members of the board, I'm bringing the 2020-21 amended budget calendar to you. The changes on here are in light of our meeting in January with the county commissioners to change their anticipated budget presentation and release, also to incorporate us moving the April work session to the end of March to accommodate for us being out at spring break. And then the one change of on April 15th or April 20th, they have not confirmed the date yet, on when we will present the board's budget to the commissioners. So those are changes that are here on the budget calendar for 2020-21.
All right, are there questions about these changes in the calendar? Obviously, we're accommodating the county commissioners and the fact that they're open to having more public comment before the final date on which they vote.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Any questions for Mr. Cox? All right, then we might consider this next week, and we can move on.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, like with all the other pending action items, these are items for the board's consideration during your regular board meeting next week. Mr. Cox also is our presenter for item C, with your permission.
If you will open up So in the executive summary, this is the second quarter, the amended budget resolution for second quarter for 2019-2020 school year. In the executive summary, it details each individual program report code and each individual change. I'm not going to go through each one. I want to highlight the key points that I want you to be aware of are that the majority of the state funding changes are related to the mini budget bills that the state passed in relation to benefit changes, the retirement rate and hospitalization rate changes. And then the other piece on there is some changes to our state funding due to charter reductions. What charter reductions means are for new and growing charter schools, without getting into the weeds of all of it, after month one, ADM comes in for those charter schools. If there needs to be an adjustment, the state will reduce the school district that they're eligible to attend for those additional numbers and take that state funding from us. And so it was 34 students this year for about $175,000 reduction, which are incorporated throughout the multiple program report codes for state funding. So our new total budget for the second quarter is now at $129 million, which is an increase of $4.7 million over the original budget passed in November. Happy to answer any questions, any specifics.
Andrew, I have one, just so that the people know and the public understands that with this charter school reduction, the state handles charter schools the same way the county does. They give us all the money, and then we have to take the money out of our budget to pay for them. That's why.
That's not quite accurate.
Not quite accurate.
So the state, for a new,
County money.
for a brand-new charter school, yes, they give us the money for that first year, and then they would take it away from us.
Okay, so it's just that year.
After that first year, the state budgets for that charter school.
Okay, gotcha.
Only for new and growing above a certain percentage will they reduce from us.
Okay,
Where the
gotcha.
county, they give us all the money, and we have to give the charter piece to them.
Okay.
So close,
Yeah.
but not
Yeah,
completely. Yeah.
I didn't know.
And we'll actually come back to this topic later.
Yes, we'll come back to it.
It's important for the board's consideration of the quarterly amended or budget resolution, but it's not material to the issue itself. We'll come back to that. We'll
Right,
make
yes.
reference
The
to
charter
that later.
piece, yes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Mr. Cox, off the top of your head, how many charter schools are there that have Moore County students?
I want to say.
That's an unfair question, but
I want to say we're paying 9 charter schools. Don't hold me to that, but I believe it's 9, including the virtual charter schools that we have to pay to as well. They're funded a little differently, but we still have to pay per student to them.
But substantively, it's really four.
Four that have the majority, yes.
That's right. The vast majority. The others are down to 1, 2, very small numbers.
Yes, less than 10 or less than 20.
Right. Any other questions on item C, Madam Chair, members of the board?
I have another question. What is the International Faculty Exchange?
So we partner with a company called Participate. They provide, well, you can say they provide. We get our teachers, the majority of teachers for our dual immersion, Spanish, but they don't have to be those subject areas. But that's the ones that we primarily get, and we do a conversion. We have to take money from our classroom teacher allotment, do a conversion, because they're responsible for those teachers. So we do a conversion into a separate pot to pay for those teachers.
Yeah, I
In the
remember
dual
those.
immersion program.
I
as well.
remember those when we started West End,
You might remember, Mr. Dennison, the company was once called Visiting International Faculty, or VIF. It's now called Participate, the same
And-
company.
And let's see, how do I phrase it on here? And I do international faculty exchange because there are now, I believe, 4 companies that we can choose from in the state. And those other companies were, I won't say jealous, but they didn't feel it was fair to be called Visiting International Faculty, VIF, when there was a company named that.
Okay.
So the state changed to International Faculty Exchange kind of as a way to incorporate all of those companies and not direct towards one specific company.
And my last question is, what is DSSF?
Disadvantaged Student Supplemental Funding.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and to answer part of Mr., excuse me, Dennison, if we have a severe shortage in a particular area, like a math or science teacher that we're trying to find, and VIF has someone that can that's licensed in those areas,
That,
then possibly a principal would hire them in that.
that is correct. You know, in my previous district, we hired several math teachers from those companies to fill our math need.
The question that I have is, I know we still don't have anything finalized, Andrew, from the state as far as a budget. So the many budget bills, the ones that have gotten passed that you alluded to with regard to the retirement and the state hospital, do you feel that, do you see, or in your communication with state, do you feel there are any other mini budgets that are on the way through to be passed? I know that we're trying to be good stewards and hold on to some of our funding just in case, but are you hearing anything? Are we anticipating anything else coming through?
And our weekly calls with the Department of Public Instruction, they say they have no additional guidance. You know, I've heard what's out there in the news that the Senate doesn't feel like we're gonna have a budget even next year.
I think to speak to Ms. Thompson's question, one thing correct me if I'm wrong, that we can say is that about all that's left now is salaries.
Yes, for public schools, the teacher salary increases and non-certified employee salary increases.
And the dilemma for us is that we have held back local funding in order to provide those salary increases to our locally funded employees who do the same work as the state-funded employees.
Right.
Yes, that's correct.
And so at this point, we have to hang on to that in the event that the General Assembly does suddenly approve this. We are in a position where our hands are tied. We can't spend that money in anticipation of that very sudden expense. So Mr. Cox has done a very good job of monitoring that. And then, you know, when we do our year-end closeout, our hope is at that point we'll have clarity. Will the General Assembly approve the budget or some mini budget that frees up the salary increases or not? And then if not, that would then potentially create a surplus at the end of the year, and we'd have to be very cautious with even how we spend that. Would that potential liability carry over into the next year, or would that be those be funds that might be available for a one-time expense? Stay tuned. Nobody across North Carolina knows. And both of us have inquired with every source we can, and it's just one of those symptoms of an unusual situation where a state legislature and a governor are continuing to operate under funding from the previous fiscal year. Am I okay on that?
Yes, sir.
Which does mean that as expenses go up, that we cannot avoid, such as insurance or maintenance or what have you. We're not going to have any additional money to put toward this. There's no new budget.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Any other questions for Mr. Cox?
On item C.
Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. This time I'll invite Dr. Alpenfels to come forward to work with Dr. Wells-Brown in presentation of the first reading of new and revised policies. Thanks to the committee for its work. Dr. Brown?
Excuse me, I'm presenting to the board the first reading of the policy. Excuse me. We have reviewed the current policies, trying to update what the North Carolina School Board Association has sent us for revisions, and to look at those, pardon me, and look at those policies that will be useful for our faculty, our teachers, and our administrators. Any questions?
Those are outlined as we have before. Mr. Weaver's not here. This would be probably the first policy review we've conducted since he became a board member But on pages 1 and 2, there's a summary with each of the policies and a 1 to 3 line summary of the change that's taken place there. And anybody that wants the additional details is in the attached information. So if Mr. Weaver is later on looking at this video, I thought we might just add that.
And also, we've updated the legal references so that we have the current legal references involved in that. And there are a lot of those.
Yeah, and it appeared that basically the changes are straightforward to just be aligned with what DPI is recommending.
No,
So-
not DPI, School Board Association.
School Board
Right,
Association.
Right, correct.
And they are responding to changes in state law often.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
So you're.
I read them all, and I had no concern.
yeah.
What? No other questions?
No concerns.
All right,
Thank you very much.
with your
All
permission,
right,
Madam
let's
Chair?
move on.
Thank you.
Dr. Powers. Oops, excuse me, no, wrong. Dr. Locklear.
Johnson.
Yes, sir, I'm asked Dr. Johnson.
I was gonna say, Ms. Johnson was ready to get up, sit down, get up.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Bridget Johnson and friends.
Always bring my friends.
And this would be Ms. Coronado's first
Yes.
presentation. We're delighted to have her.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We are excited to be here with you this afternoon to share some revisions to our high school course guide. If you'll remember, we do that every year. We bring the course guide to you, and of course, it's a pretty massive document, so we just bring the changes. So what are the changes that have occurred either legislatively or some things we've added or taken out? And so I brought some friends with me. I brought Diane Fay, who's our specialist for advanced studies and social studies, to explain the social studies changes to the curriculum. Brenda Coronado is our new 6 through 12 math instructional specialist, and she's going to explain some math revisions that have occurred. And you know Tracy McNeil from CTE, and she's going to explain the bulk of the changes which have occurred in CTE this year. So with that, I'm going to pass it to Diane. Oh, before I do that, just remember that the course guide, the reason why we have a course guide is because it helps us in having a comprehensive career plan for our students. So when our counselors sit down with the students, they think about, okay, what is your next step and what courses would help you get to that next step? And so the course guide serves as a vehicle to help them have those conversations. It also is important for all of our stakeholders so that they can see what courses do we offer at our high schools and what are some of the opportunities that our students have with the courses. And it also kind of newly serves as a marketing tool because if you'll remember last year we moved the course guide onto an online website. Previous to that it was one 140-page Word document that was a little hard to navigate through. So now that it's a website, we have used it, our counselors in particular have used it with some folks that, you know, are curious about, well, what do our high schools offer? And so we're able to send them that course guide link so that they can look through and see some of the opportunities.
Can you walk us through how would we access that?
Yes, I believe
Per
it's,
high school or through the county website?
it's linked on the bottom of your executive summary,
Okay.
and it's also linked on our county webpage.
I'm thinking, I knew where it was for me, but
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that prospective student or parent. who's
Sure,
just
yeah,
looking at-
absolutely. So it's linked on the Moore County webpage, and I can provide specific directions on how to get there. Okay, so with that, I am going to hand it over to Diane Fay, and she's going to explain some of the changes that are occurring with social studies.
Thank you. So, beginning this year, our state is undergoing a revision of social studies standards, and that includes our sequencing for our 9-12 courses. The new graduation requirements have been approved, and so this series of 4 courses will go into effect for the current 8th grade class, upcoming freshmen in 2020, 2021. And so the new courses will be World History, American History, Founding Principles, Civic Literacy, and then a separate course on Economics and Personal Finance. And so those last 2 courses currently are one course in the high school, and legislation has split them into 2 separate courses, thus the changes in the graduation requirements. Those standards are still in development. They're in public comment period 1 right now. So the public is encouraged to comment on drafts of the standards. They'll go back for revision and rewriting and then come back out for a second round of public comment. and they're anticipating approval of those in June of 2020 by the state board. So once we have the new standards, we'll be able to write the new course descriptions. Based on my initial look at those draft standards, the courses themselves are not going to change drastically from what's described in the course guide. Any questions?
Do we anticipate these requiring different textbooks?
So right now, our high schools are using open ed resources, the OERs, so we don't anticipate a change in the textbook requirements. The Economics and Personal Finance course, part of the legislation creating that course, does require some specialized professional development. That's being provided by the North Carolina Council for Economic Education, and it is free to the teachers.
That's nice.
Any change in the EOC tests?
Our North Carolina final
Excuse me,
exams,
the NC final exam.
they are, this will be the last year of the North Carolina final exams, so we are anxiously awaiting to hear what will replace them.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we are. Anxiously.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon. In terms of the changes to the math courses, I'll start with the two that are being revised. Pre-calculus, they are revising and looking at the standards, along with discrete math. Discrete math is also taking on a new name. It is going to be called Discrete Math for Computer Science. And it is geared for students whose post-secondary goal would be in the computer field, the computer science field. Pre-calculus would be for those students who are looking to go into STEM, science, technology, engineering, or math, and also going to the four-year college. There is also, for students who are not interested in those fields, they are creating a new course, which is called Math 4, which will, all three courses actually will build on Math 1, 2, and 3. So with the addition of Math 4, Advanced Functions and Modeling, known as AFM, will be going away. And the reason for that is they found that 75% of the course material in AFM has already been covered in the Math 1, 2, and 3 courses. Selection for those 3 courses will be based on post-secondary goals, not necessarily on ability. So counselors will really need to have an idea of what their plans are so that we can register them for the correct 4th math course. It's also not appropriate for someone who may not be looking at the 4-year university track to necessarily take those one of those options for their 4th math. There are other options based upon whether they like to go into career directly after high school or if they'd like to go to community college. Also, for students who may be taking the courses with community college, the math courses, those will count for their 4th math. So there are other options besides the pre-cal, the AFM, the Math 4, the discrete, and the pre-cal. And we have 3 option charts for that will explain all of the eligible courses to meet that requirement.
No, is that these are a new state description. So how do colleges feel about a course that's just called Math 4 as opposed to knowing that the children took pre-calculus? There's a difference. I mean, okay, I'm assuming North Carolina colleges are going to find out because NCDPI is going to let them know. But what about out-of-state schools?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I can't answer for the universities, but I would think that it goes along with our integrated math, just Math 1, 2, 3, and 4 covers the topics that we used to have broken out into algebra,
Right.
into the different sub areas. But I think we're not alone. We're not the only state that's moved in that direction. So that's a good question. I don't necessarily have the answer for.
But again, it will have the standards required for the 4-year university math. It would just be geared for those students who would not be going into the STEM field or into computer science. So we do have the rigorous standards there. And one thing I would like to address is the advanced function for those students who are still in high school and have taken advanced functions that will meet their graduation requirement and admission to a UNC system.
Well, so the last 2, both are designated for students entering STEM-related fields. But the distinction is that computer science needs to be for the one. So what's the actual difference in these classes? And I know that y'all didn't set this up. This is coming from the state. But, so what's the difference in those classes?
I think without the standards in front of us, it'd be difficult to, I know that the discrete math goes specifically down the computer science route, whereas the pre-calc does not necessarily go down the computer science. So I think it's the computer science that's the difference between the two of them.
And the new standards are out, but they will be crosswalking it with the advanced functions to see how it compares to what was being taught in the advanced functions. But again, a lot of the content in that course is already being covered in Maths 1, 2, and 3. So we're looking to kind of have that more rigorous fourth math in preparation for university.
So the really bright student who, for some reason, wants to be a social studies teacher, what do they do? Math 4?
They would go Math 4 because that's the approved fourth math for those kids that are going on the university track. Like, I think back to myself, knowing I was going to be an educator, that's where I would have landed, is in Math 4, definitely.
And if we do have someone who math may not be their biggest strength, but they are looking at, say, a STEM field, they would be allowed to take that Math 4 prior to taking pre-cal to help strengthen some of those skills. So it's kind of a bridge, if we need it to be a bridge for some of the students.
Are some of the kids going to be grandfathered in as far as, because I know you said June 2020, so are seniors going to have to take extra courses, or are they going to be able to get grandfathered?
Well, according to DPI, they are stating that no new students would be eligible for the AFM,
Right.
starting in the 2021 school year.
So they'll be taking these new courses as opposed to AFM. If they've already taken AFM, then that will count.
Okay.
So it won't count against them. Okay, all right. With that, we're going to move into Ms. McNeil's portion about some CTE changes.
Good afternoon. It's a really exciting time in CTE. As you can see, we have been extremely busy. First of all, our business pathway is now called the Business Finance and Marketing Pathway. The good news here is entrepreneurship no longer has a prerequisite. That is gone, and it is a brand new curriculum. So Entrepreneurship 1 and 2, both are brand new curriculums for next year. The big change here, though, was, of course, taking away the prerequisite. So now a child can enter into the 9th grade without having any course before. The next is in our health science pathway. Biomedical technology has undergone a name change. They have dropped the 1, and it is just now called Biomedical Technology, and DPI has made Health Science 1 the prerequisite for this course. So now a student will start in Health Science 1, and then they will decide to either go to Health Science 2 or to Biomedical Technology, and of course, we always encourage them to do both. We always say it's better to have more, so go ahead and do both. The last is in the Trade and Technology, Engineering, and Industrial pathway, and this is very simple. It is a name change. Construction Core is the new name for Core and Sustainable Construction. They simply just shortened it and made it easier for everyone to remember. So no major things there. Questions about any of this before I get you to the next? Okay, our Inherently Honors course list has been updated, and fortunately for our children, Accounting 2 and Sports and Entertainment Marketing 2 have both been added in the Business Finance and Marketing pathway. So that is great. We have lots of kids that take those. And then in our Trade, Technology, Engineering, and Industrial pathway, Masonry 1 and 3, Carpentry 2, Drafting 2 Architecture, and Drafting 3 Architecture have all been added to the Inherently Honors, which means our teachers no longer have to write an honors portfolio. The children, when they register for these courses, will already receive the honors credit. There's no additional rigor or work that our teachers or students have to do to earn the honors credit.
Okay, so the logical question is, what about Masonry 2, Carpentry 1, Drafting 1?
The way that DPI told us, the reason Masonry 2 is not on here is the credential sequence. Children in Masonry 2 do not earn the easiest way, they don't earn all their credentials for 2 and 3 until they finish 3. So therefore, the Masonry 2 did not qualify in their formula to be considered honors, so they get that when they go to Masonry 3. Carpentry 2 was the same way. It has to do with the credentialing process and how many they can earn versus not earn. Those were the same questions we asked, is why can't they all just be inherently honors? But that was what they told us.
So in calling them inherently honors, that means these are weighted courses?
Yes, ma'am.
So do they retroactively go back and weight bricklaying too?
Well, this doesn't go in effect until July 1, 2020.
But if brick, like masonry too, I don't want to belabor the point, but if it's not, and then they pass all that and get all their credentials in masonry 3, do we go back and then give
No,
them
ma'am.
a weighted credit for 2?
No, ma'am.
But that'll be applied uniformly across all.
Across the board,
So
yes.
the extent to
It's
which if there's a
interesting.
perceived disadvantage, there really isn't, because the same rule is applying to everybody.
Yes, it's that way across the
If
state
they,
of North
if they
Carolina.
tried to go back retroactively, that would be a
It would be very
mess.
confusing, but
Very
yeah.
difficult to.
Now, our teachers have the option, they can write an honors portfolio to make that course honors if they would so choose. But we, of course, have to go 25% above the standards that are already set. So, we never force our teachers to write an honors portfolio. We want them to do it so that they're 100% on board and understand what is expected.
Tracy, since you brought that up, I want you now to go another step and clarify. If there's, is there ever a chance where there's 2 teachers in the same building where one does that and the other one doesn't? So it's your class rank then is affected by which teacher you took?
No, sir. Once our teachers, if they're going to take a course, say Masonry 2, and make it write the honors portfolio, we ask all of our teachers in district that are teaching that course to come together and do it across the board, and they all understand that they've agreed upon everything. We have them sign for it, then we bring it to you for approval, of course. But this way, every student at every school has the same option. They may take it the non-honors way or the honors way. And we want all of our teachers to be a part of the planning process, so they all have input and a say in what happens with their courses.
And then practice across the district is consistent for students?
Yes, sir. That way, if we have a student leave UP to go to Pinecrest, that it's an easy transition, because you guys know that happens a lot. And that way, they will pick right up. It's the same blueprint, same standards. They don't miss anything.
And once they get in the pathway, for all of our schools, they would still have an option, even if there are not several students within that course. Basically, like at Northmore, for example, if they are in this pathway and maybe there are not many students who are, but would we make sure that that if they need that Masonry 3 or the drafting 3 to get through, that it would be offered to them?
Yes, ma'am, and we do that now. A lot of our level 2 and 3 courses, our teachers teach during the same block. You may have 2 children in level 3, and you may have 12 children in level 2. So our high schools do a great job. Most of the time, they schedule them together, because in those courses, 90% is hands-on, and it's very easy for the teacher to differentiate between the 2 and the 3. And they also have a lot of the 3s help the 2s to do the things they need to do, so it's a teaching moment for the 3s as well. But that's how, we've done a great job of doing that to make sure our students get what they need.
Exactly. And I recognize that, but sometimes the perception is, from different ones talking, is not there. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that our students have the same opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
Thank you, Tracy.
Moving forward to our brand new offerings. In agriculture, we plan to offer natural resources 1. In our business, finance, and marketing pathway, we're going to offer business management 1 and financial planning, wealth building. The reason I have 2 names there is the state is going back and forth between which name they're going to use. The course code is set, but they've done, as Diane spoke earlier, they've put out a survey to see which we think the students will gravitate more towards. So that is why I
know
have
which one I'm
both,
picking.
well, and that is why I have both names there, and it is listed that way in the course guide so that the children understand next year if they come in and they're in wealth building instead of financial planning, that both names were there for the same course to help alleviate confusion for next year. And then yes, ma'am.
I have a question. With the agricultural pathways, is this natural resources one taking the place of another course?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what is it
Well,
taking place
it's not
of?
taking the place of
okay.
anything, it's a brand-new course. With Perkins 5, students now only have to have 2 courses in a sequence to be a pathway completer. In the past, they had to have 4. Last year, we started updating the board on all of the Perkins 5 changes, and this is the biggest one. Natural Resources 1, Natural Resources 2 will come on board for the 21-22 school year. So several of these that are the ones, the following school year, the 2s are coming on board. I just didn't want to overwhelm everyone and put that in, and I, of course, didn't want to put it in the course guide because it won't be an option until the following school year. But Natural Resources is its own pathway.
All right, your website's being updated, it says on the
Yes,
information, so I couldn't look. Do they still have, because last year we put in the drone class and took away one of the agricultural classes?
No, ma'am,
Oh,
we didn't take any
Okay,
agriculture
I was under the impression that we did, all right.
No, ma'am.
So we still have Ag 1 and 2.
Well, there's no longer an Ag 1 and 2. We have Horticulture 1 and 2, Animal Science 1 and 2. Now we have Natural Resources 1, and we will have 2. With plans on several years down the road, we are in discussions with our teachers to add Ag Mechanics 1 and 2. So we're trying to go from this to this. We want our children to have as many opportunities as possible.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
And those changes were put forth by the state.
Yes, sir.
Does that help, Betty?
Yes.
And in the computer science and information technology pathway, as you can see, we are super excited because you know our children are so excited about computer science, and these are all our new offerings. It is CompTIA, IT Fundamentals. CompTIA is a certification all its own. It is valid for 2 years once a child earns it, but then after the 2-year period, they would have to retest on their own to keep their CompTIA certification. We have Computer Engineering Technology 1, Computer Science 1, Cybersecurity Essentials, Introduction to Computer Science, and Python Programming 1. With then, as just a second ago when we were talking about the agriculture and the business and marketing finance, in 2022, we will add the level 2s and 3s for all of these courses. So we've been working hard to get our teachers ready and get everything implemented for our students.
So, Intro to Computer Science comes before Computer Science 1.
Well,
Is there a-
actually, Intro to Computer Science is suggested. We have coding in all our middle schools now. If you remember, last year, that was the push for this year. So all of our students that got to participate in computer discoveries, they basically have had what is covered in Intro to Computer Science. But for students that did not get to take that course, they can take the Intro to Computer Science and then go into the Computer Science 1, but it is not a required prerequisite. We wanted to give them the option, if that makes sense. It's in it, it's in the pathway, but that is how the state put forward.
Are these like one semester courses
Yes,
or
ma'am.
a year-long course?
They're all one semester.
Okay. Faculty are going to be busy developing courses this summer.
And next, we have our Family and Consumer Sciences pathway. Brand new course, it's called Counseling and Mental Health 1. And then we're Culinary Arts and Hospitality 1 and a Culinary Arts and Hospitality 2 internship class. All of these are new in this pathway. And then lastly, Miss Betty, this is your drone. It is under the Trade, Technology, Engineering, and Industrial pathway, and will be our Drone Technology 2 class.
How many students do we have in the drone classes right now?
I could pull it up and tell you exactly, but I
I'm
know
just
last-
approximately.
I know first semester at Pinecrest, there were 14, and Union Pines did not teach it first semester. Northmore did, and in Northmore, I think there were 9. And then this semester, all 3 schools are offering it. And I'm not sure because today's day 10, I will pull the numbers tomorrow
No,
morning.
I
to see
was
where
just
we sit.
curious as to about, because recently a young man that finished the Air Force Academy has about 5 years in the military and is getting ready to get out because he can start with 6 figures because he now can do drones with experience.
And as with the other classes in 2021, these will have additional courses for the higher levels also. Any other questions?
I just want to comment that the pathways and the course offerings that we have for our students to get credentials is unbelievable. And we saw that information come out recently to where there was a huge jump in our numbers that increased with that over the years. And it's just amazing that we have that, that we can offer that to our students.
Our staff works really hard to make that happen for our kids. We're super proud of them.
They have so many options.
They do.
Add in all of these in addition to your old reading, writing, and arithmetic, and then the options they have at the community college too. I don't know how they make up their minds.
Madam Chair, closing remarks by Dr. Johnson.
Overall, we just wanted to make sure that we were able to clarify your questions regarding the new courses, which I think we were hopefully able to do. I would say the majority, if not all of these changes were state changes that came through DPI that we are then putting into place. Some of them with limited information, like the math questions, we're getting that as we speak. And so we'll be happy to answer questions moving forward. But hopefully you can see, just as you said, that we have a lot to offer our students, and we're really proud of all the options that we have to offer our students and the different career paths that they'll be choosing post-secondary.
If I could pitch the monthly school board update that we provide to board members, that fills in a lot of the gaps,
Yes.
the ongoing work that's done. And Madam Chair, if you permit me, I'd like to also compliment Bridget and all of our instructional specialists. Very often, you're not confronted with the work that they do. And not only do they offer expert interpretation, they first of all, they interact directly with DPI. So as you could see today, there's complexity here and there's lack of clarity. They're the ones on the phone working with DPI. But one of the things that I think we do very well here, and better than most across North Carolina, is that we have instructional specialists who don't then just take what DPI says and then dictate to our teachers, but rather they sit down with our teachers and they make sense of these requirements, and they look at what is the best way to benefit our students through the implementation of the various curricula. And so, ladies, all of you all, please take back to the team that we're very grateful for the work you do. We've got Amanda Dixon in the back. She's right in the middle of the mix as well. And Bridget, thank you. Nice presentation. But I don't want to push us on. Any other questions for this team?
One other comment to follow with that. It's also impressive to see how many of these CTE programs are moving down, like into the middle schools, and I'm sure we'll be pushing on to move them even to start earlier. There's a lot of fifth graders that are good at computers. And if we can grab them early.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Right.
With your permission, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'll invite Dr. Powers to come forward.
I have 4 out-of-state trips for consideration this month. The first is a request by Community Learning Center at Pinckney for students that are participating in the Pinckney Bill for Habitat for Humanity of the Sandhills to be allowed to travel to Orlando, Florida to present at the Innovative Schools Summit. At this event, the students and staff will make a presentation called The House That Love Built, using innovative partnerships in the alternative school, which is a first of its kind partnership with Habitat, the community, and Sandhills Community College that allows students to serve the community while earning national construction certifications in college and high school credit. So it's an exciting opportunity, and that trip is planned for March 26th through the 29th.
This is a very big deal.
It is.
Yeah, this is not just
Absolutely.
another routine
It is.
out-of-state field trip. This is a big deal. I
Yeah.
had the opportunity, Madam Chair, if I might, just if I could, Seth, just jump in. I had the privilege of working with our students. I know a couple of you all may have actually, we had a build this weekend where individuals joined, but I don't know that any of our students were there.
They were not there.
And so I had the opportunity to work with the seven and with Keith, our supervisor, and Mr. Paul Rizzo, who's our school liaison. Dr. Wilson was there taking pictures, but we got some serious work done on a very cold day. And I just can't say enough about the work our students are doing. That's a beautiful home. And they, I think, for many years to come, whether they go on in the construction business or not, they're gonna bring their families by and just point to that house and say, you know, I put the siding on that house, I built the foundation, and it's quality work. There's careful attention to quality. Somebody is gonna get a very nice home out of that. Meanwhile, these students are getting college credit. They're getting high school and college credit, and moving towards certifications that are gonna be hard workforce skills that they have, and just can't say enough. So, Seth, I know this wasn't part of your presentation, but
You're
I
right,
wanna
it's a great
compliment
opportunity.
Kenna Wilson,
to
Habitat
showcase
for
what they're doing,
Humanity, Sand Hills Community College, everybody involved with this. Can't say enough.
And Ms. Wilson was, when we were at the build, was talking to some community members that were there helping with the build, sharing with them about what's going on and about this presentation and how excited the students are. So we're spreading the word, which is also very good.
They will represent us well.
And my only question is, I know that it's boys' brains and engagement, but I will tell you, the women out here who worked were very engaged. And they even let Dr. Brown run the saw, which worried me. She took command very quickly and sent the rest of us out to hammer the nails. But, I think girls can be very engaged as well.
They let me loose with the saw. That was dangerous.
You couldn't carry it though, so that's good.
I could.
It's wonderful work being done there.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Seth.
Yes, sir. Have two requests from Pinecrest High School. The first is for senior aerospace science cadets to travel to Washington DC as a capstone experience for that program, where they would, of course, visit historical sites, museums, monuments, other areas of interest, and that trip is planned for March 12th through the 15th. The second request from Pinecrest is for qualifying members of the speech and debate team to be allowed to travel to Cambridge, Massachusetts to compete in the Harvard Speech and Debate National Tournament. That trip is coming up quickly, February 14th through 18th. And then finally, Union Pines High School has a request for their ROTC cadets to be allowed to travel to the Marine Corps base at Parris Island, South Carolina, to learn more about the Marine Corps and the initial training recruits receive when they join. And that trip will be planned for March 18th to the 20th.
That may scare some of them when they go there.
Yeah.
Just saying, I've
And
been there.
And
Well,
that,
many of them have already been.
some have, they've, and that trip is a trip, if it's not done annually, I think it's done every 2 years. That's
correct.
They take, so,
That's right.
yes.
Any questions, Madam Chair, board members?
Lots of good traveling going on.
Very
Always.
good. Thank you, Dr. Powers. At this time, I'll invite Mr. Brath to come forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, John.
What we have is, this is a standard process for the construction. We have an independent company come and they do testing of the construction materials for quality and workmanship to make sure they comply with the project specifications. And so with this, I have a contract for you for $128,885 to perform the work, and attached is also the new Pinehurst Elementary School budget sheet, when you can see on the line item on there where the funding for that has been identified. And this is covered within the school construction bond.
And it's routine.
Very routine. Any questions?
It comes before the board because it's separate from the base contract, and it is in excess of $50,000.
Yes, it is.
Any questions, Madam Chair, board members? Thank you, John. Madam Chair, at this time, the staff welcomes the board's input, and so does the clerk, board's input on how you would like to structure the action items for your regular board meeting next Monday night.
Suggestions?
I see.
Anything, everything under consent?
That's what I
Any changes?
about policies.
I think that we go all consent.
Fine with me.
All right, Ms. Potter?
Sounds good.
We shall do that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, at this time, Superintendent would recommend the board consider a brief stretch break.
Okay.
We're hoping that perhaps Mr. Weaver is going to be here by 1:30,
That was the hope, yep.
and that, then we'll move on. But
Do
I,
we need to vote on the consent thing, or are we good?
Yes.
We didn't vote on it.
I don't
We don't vote
know.
on that.
We know, you just give direction to
Okay.
staff.
Yeah.
That's how we structure your.
Yeah.
All right, let's come back into session, well, based on that clock, I don't know. It's
1:30?
1:20 now, we'll start back at 1:30.
1:30?
And Mr. Weaver will have joined us, we have. All right, let us come back to order. We still do not have Mr. Weaver, but I think we will proceed anyway.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. At this time, Mr. Barath will provide us with our monthly update on our school construction projects. And we have much to celebrate. We are
Yes, we
making
do.
progress.
Yes, we do. It's been a good winter for us so far in construction. I'm going to change things a little bit. We're going to start off with Aberdeen at this point. Here's a good view of it, looking from the direction of Highway 5 as you're coming back to the site. Great opportunity last week with Chair Carter and Vice Chair Thompson out there joining us for a walkthrough. Get excited about it time. You can see the roadway and the paving and the building there. You can get a better view as you move around, looking at the bus parking lot about ready to be paved. They're finalizing the grading at the time this aerial was taken. You can see the gymnasium again for orientation is the middle big form in there. And on the left is a media, on the right the cafeteria. Coming around still to towards the right there, you can see the delivery area and how the yard is about prepped also to be paved. And in the foreground with the blue over it, that is the storage shed for the lawn equipment and other materials. It'll be red. That's just they were getting it dried in there, so it will match. And to the right, you can see how the fire lane goes around the back of the building. And you can see the topsoil being spread and amended for where the play field's going to be. And you can see in the foreground of this shot how the play field wraps around the back of the school, and you're looking at the 3 classroom wings that come out to that side. And then you get a perspective looking across where the parent pickup drop-off loop is and visitor parking, and you can see on the left side how that play area bends and wraps around the school. This is a ground level view of where the main entry is, and you can see how the glass and the doors are in place there. Looking down one of the grade wing hallways, you can see how the lighting is being dropped in place and beginning to be hooked up. The flooring is getting ready for its final polishing. Paint still needs it's another coat on there. They're just going around identifying areas of patch up for the masonry work. You can look here at a typical classroom, how the light fixtures are being hung in there now. You can see the windows and doors in place, and you can see the first coats of the paint in the room. Looking down the main hallway as they're setting some of the last of the light fixtures to be hung and suspended in there. The gymnasium with the light fixtures already in on the trusses, they've got that pretty well cleaned up. They've removed all their items they were staging in there, you'll remember from last month, and getting this place ready for its athletic flooring and bleachers to be delivered. The completion date has passed for this. The contractor is well aware of this, and we've talked about this at presentations. They have put together a recovery schedule that puts them at the end of February, and they're aggressively working on that. We are monitoring them at least 3 times a week on staffing and progress and flow of work at the job site. 100% of the time has passed on this at the time. They remain at 85% paid this juncture, and again, we have not used any contingency or inflation escalation funds remaining from the base award of the contract. Any questions about Aberdeen?
Just a comment. Yeah, because we were in awe as we walked through it on Friday.
Amazing.
The PTA parents that were along with us, the representatives from the both primary and elementary schools, were in awe. They are thrilled beyond words at the school their children will move into. And I'll have to say the nod to the railroad history of Aberdeen, with the feeling that you might be pulling up at a train station there to let your passengers off under the canopies, and some of the detailing on the inside is just most unique. But just want to see it get finished. Yeah. We're ready to do another walkthrough.
We all are. Okay. Southern Pines Elementary then. So again, this is the architect's rendering of the facility, showing how it drops away. This is an aerial straight overhead. I kind of refer to it as the archaeological dig kind of image you get. In the lower portion of the image on the bottom of the screen, that is the single-story structure at the front. On the bottom left, that is the admin area. You can see the connector between the 2 wings that transitions from the 1-story over to the 2-story building, and some of the excavation going on between them. You can see the metal roof decking going down on the upper left over the gym and the cafeteria area. Again, this is just a perspective that you can see and understand the site, the confines of it. They've got the paving for the parking lot as far as the base down. They still have finishing coatings to do, but they're getting prepped and ready for deliveries of materials and items to stage. The roadway construction is going to be starting next week out there. So they'll begin getting the base and the curbing and the utilities in for that as well. This, you can see the gym on the left, the roof truss is in place with the metal decking underway, and on the right you can see the two-story classroom structure where that exterior wall is already up to bearing height at the second level for joists to be ready to be set. And the in-between connector there, the masonry is just starting, is well underway. Looking from the lower level back against the two-story wing, and you can see the cafeteria in the background where the metal decking is on it there. You can see the shape of the roof by the end slopes there by the stairwell. Setting the roof trusses over the single-story portion in the front of the school. Those are about nearly complete today. These are photos from a week ago, so they move quickly out there. They're getting the roof trusses set so they can also shift around and begin setting the metal decking up on that area. From the inside of the gymnasium, you get a sense of scale of the space and the trusses with the decking going in place and the platform stage area on your left there. In the kitchen area, the mechanical systems have been running full tilt, getting all air systems and plumbing and sprinkler systems and power all in place. As soon as they had something to hang it from, before the decking even went down, they began out there. See the same thing in the cafeteria with the ductwork and all the piping on the left side coming across that image. So you can see out the windows on the back there is looking towards the north and the vista across the trees there. Typical between two classrooms, there's a gypsum board partition that will be built between these, so you can kind of see how it looks if there were two rooms together. In the decking and everything going into place here, and you're looking out back against the hillside. And again, just they continue progressing with the infrastructure, which is neat to me, and moving at a very good pace to maintain the schedule throughout. Mechanical loft over the single-story portion where they're setting their trusses, so then they can begin getting that dried in and setting units. More work, you can see it's shoot in awfully tight in places of all the infrastructure. They'll provide the air and the utilities throughout the building. Their completion date is September 17th of 2020. They are, with the mid-year move for the school on January 1st, they are on schedule, meeting all critical paths, deadlines, and milestones along the way. About 45% of the time has passed, and they're at 37.5% paid. And we have not used any contingency or escalation funds remaining from the original award. Any questions about Southern Pines?
You mentioned the roadway. So as we begin, that, you're talking about the Carlisle Street, I guess it is?
Correct.
So are we responsible for the whole street all the way then to the bottom of the hill?
Yes, down to Brucewood where it ties in.
Okay.
So it extends from where it terminates now and will continue all the way down to Brucewood. And it's already graded out. They were waiting for some utility work to be completed. Our power service for the school had to come from that way, and Duke had to move some power feeds and transformers for that.
That's exciting. Yeah, to have an approach to the school finally will be most exciting. I think exciting for the parents who haven't quite been able to visualize where the school is yet.
Correct, 'cause you cannot see it driving by in Morganton. Okay, Northmore. So here's a photo, and I want to start with this. This is a different photo you've seen before from the drone. On the left is where, far left is where they used to have their bus parking. You've heard Dr. Grimm and I refer to the relocation of the mobile units and the work that was done over there, and that's where they were all moved to. So we took the large classroom unit that was out there where the addition is, moved it to the other side of the campus, along with two other single mobile classrooms, and then brought in the additional 6 that were needed to replace the building that they lost access to during construction. So all that was put into place there in the summer. Very hectic time. Our maintenance staff, again, another nod out to the professionalism and the talents of them to get this decking built out there, and how we salvaged a lot of cover from many places to cover those walkways at the same time and have everything ready for all students and staff to return and go to school. So just never had a chance to share those photos with you so you can see exactly what it is over there and what it looks like.
The unit on the right would be the unit that, that we hope will still be in good enough shape to use at Cameron someday.
That is correct.
Expand our capacity there, and then all of these other units here will be available in advance of our needs at Cranes Creek in particular in 2 years out. Board members, I just asked John to make sure he included this because I think it's a real testimony, as John said, to the professionalism of our maintenance staff. This was not contracted out. This is, well, we had some contracted help with getting the modular units there, but once it came to creating a safe, secure, and healthy place for our students to move among them, that was all in the hands of our maintenance crew, so just thought you'd appreciate seeing that.
And so looking down on the job site to orientate you, on the upper right, that is the gymnasium and locker room structure. On the upper left, it's the administration building, so you get a sense of where you are in the site. You can see some of the foundation work being cut in from this photo here. A little easier to see it from this perspective, so you can look between where the buildings are on the right side and how this addition is going to connect all four of those structures. So you can see coming down through that area how that's going to happen when the hallways and everything are in place, and you'll see some of the more walls going up. It'll be easier, but you can visualize that now. At the ground level, you can see they've got some of the steel frames set up because everything has to be independent of the other buildings. You can see some of the block work coming out of the ground along one side of the hallway at the building area to create that fire separation. And looking back towards the gym from up there where the future hallway will be, and it will be ramped down to accommodate the grade changes between all the buildings. Some more of the steel frame going up around the building. The excavation of footings is ongoing. We did find that when we were able to pull out the transformer that used to sit outside the locker room after we got our new transformer and power rerouted and yanked that out of there, we found that we had some bad soils right underneath that, of course. So it wasn't a big area, it's a small area where the transformer was, and so they had to amend that part. So any of the, say, that little bit of money we had left over from poor soils from before will be taken up by this at that point. But the good news is that'll be the last of the unknowns for soil conditions out there with all the footings already having been trenched. So that's good news. The completion date is August 9th, and they remain on schedule to date, especially with the locker rooms being opened up early last month for use by the students and teams. The contractors at 37% paid at 40%, 48% progress, so we're in a good place with that. And again, we have not used any of the contingency and escalation funds that have not been already assigned to the awarded contract. Any questions on Northmore?
I anticipate we're going to see a pretty dramatic change between now and next month at Northmore. I think there was just a lot of work that had to be done to set that foundation right. They've done a great job with it. And so I think visually, you're going to really start seeing some progress happening in this next 4 to 8 weeks.
It'll look more like Pinehurst, which we're going on to next here. Good news is the abatement of the auditorium and the classrooms and everything has been completed. The building is being demolished. Half of it's already on the ground. That's all fastly moved, and so by the end of next week, it'll be completely demolished. And here you can see some of the walls, that didn't get in the way, fortunately. Our footprint for the new school that's being built was outside of the impact of that, so they're able to continue with footings and bringing walls up. And you can see the masonry walls for what's the gymnasium in the background there starting to come above out of the ground, as well as some of the steel framework, and they are moving quickly out there to get these walls up as fast as possible in the good weather that we have. They're getting their site utilities trenched in and set in place around various parts of the site. Geothermal activities have also begun on the back corner of the site. Plumbing within the building area for where you're gonna have your boys and girls toilet rooms. Foundations and reinforcement being placed and set. The project duration is 511 days, which puts them at March 8th of 2021. Again, the abatement's complete out there, geothermal's underway. As Dr. Grimsey said, they're gonna have a lot of change out there with all the masons starting to bring block above grade out there as the building starts taking more shape. The utilities are underway. There was a bit of unsuitable soil discovered in the gym, but it just needed to be lifted out and recompacted. So it has a minimal impact, and they're assessing all that now. We did have allowances in the bid for some unsuitables, so it won't have an impact to the overall budget. And the contractor, now that we have a date that the building is going to be down out of the way, they're going to assess any impacts that had to their schedule because they couldn't complete some of the utility routing around that side until the building was removed. The contractor's at 7% paid. The project's just beginning underway, and I apologize, I didn't put a percent date along yet, but we're far enough along where it's in good balance with that there. And again, we haven't used any of the other funds at this time.
I have to say, I routinely just drive through the neighborhood to see what's going on, and I had to actually stop and park my car the other day when I realized that the old walls were still standing there, but there were new steel girders going up right next to it. And I thought, goodness gracious, how fast they were moving, that they're not letting any holdup stand in their way. So it was amazing to see it out there.
And how big that lot really is.
It is.
Deceiving. Wait until that building
Yeah, I know.
comes out
Once
of
the
the ground.
building's there, it's gonna look the same, but.
John, thus far, I don't want to get too far ahead of us, but we've been very impressed with Thomas Construction and Ratio Architects in the way that they've managed the delay of the demolition of the old building. They've made sure they've continued to keep making progress on actual construction of the new facility. And so that you know, as long as that last part was in the back of the property, and they looked at the footprint of the building and saw what they could continue to move on. They've done a very good job with that. Their sequencing has been impressive.
It has been. They have a good plan and they're following it. And then wrap up, McDeeds Creek, nothing's changed since our previous presentation on this. We still continue to work with the contractor to get to close out to this project.
Some of which has to wait till the warmer months. Any questions, board members?
Impressive.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
And at this time, I'll invite Dr. Locklear to come forward. With Mr. Cox.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimsey. Andrew and I are here to share an overview of the North Carolina Restart opportunity for continually low-performance schools. The board has expressed your expectation and your support for district staff to do everything that we possibly can to strategically support our low-performance schools and continue to support their continuous improvement of student outcomes. And with that continued work that we as a district have had in collaboration with our school staff, one of the things that we've looked at is an opportunity called North Carolina Restart Schools. It's an opportunity that's designed for really flexibility for continually low-performance schools. And so as we've worked as a district, just summing up quickly some of the work that we've done over time, over previous years, and certainly this year, is that we've targeted and worked with each of our schools to develop a strategic school improvement plan based on the comprehensive needs assessment that those schools do that look at their greatest areas of need and how they need to target that. And so we've worked with our low-performance schools on that work. Our academic student support services team have worked to develop an overall district support plan of how we're going to support our low-performance schools. Each of our low-performing schools have a district coach assigned to them from our academic student support services team. Dr. Johnson and Heather Stewart from Curriculum Instruction Department works with those 4 low-performing schools. And that district coach is empowered to work with our entire academic student support services team and other departments in our district to draw on them to make sure we're giving the support of those schools that is needed. And each of those low-performing schools receive our highest per-pupil allocation of Title I, federal Title I funds. And so that's a quick summary of some of the things we have been doing, and we're really trying to lean in on this work this year, and I appreciate the hard work that our team has done with that. But one of the areas that we have looked into more this year as an opportunity to continue that support is this idea of the North Carolina Restart option. And so Andrew and I want to share a little information as briefly as we can. First, talk about what it is. When did this North Carolina Restart option become available to schools in North Carolina? Where are they? How have they grown? Or really over the last 3 years is when this option has been out there for continually low-performing schools. What's the purpose? How are they funded? Andrew obviously is our expert on talking a little bit how the Restart model is funded a little differently than our traditional schools. And what flexibilities does this option offer or afford our continually low-performing schools if it was approved? And we applied for it with your endorsement. Before we go through this presentation, I just wanted to tip my hat and say thank you to Joe Abelinger. I'll probably butcher his name. I apologize. Dr. Grimsley loves the way I use the English language. But yes. But I do want to say a heartfelt thank you to him and to TIP, the Innovation Project. They really have been a great support for us as we've looked at what we can continually do for our low-performing schools. And Joe came down and met with us and met with our low-performing school principals and really shared a lot of information about the Restart option. And so certainly leaning on that expertise here in this presentation. So what is a Restart school? The law and later State Board of Education policy allows local boards of education to apply for the Restart option for schools in their district that have been identified as continually low-performing schools. A continually low-performing school is a school that has been given the designation of low-performing 2 of the last 3 years. Here in Moore County, we have 3 schools identified as continually low-performing schools. Aberdeen Elementary, Robbins Elementary, and Southern Middle School are our 3 schools that are identified as continually low-performing schools in label, based on how the state labels schools. With this Restart option, these schools would still be under the control of the local school board. Employees are still district employees and have all the associated benefits and procedures and due process rights that go with that. And so basically, this Restart option allows the board to apply for this with the State Board of Education, and it gives those Restart schools the same flexibilities as are offered to North Carolina charter schools. So we'll talk a little bit more about that as we work through the presentation. So why did North Carolina create this option? It really was about creating the opportunity for flexibility and creativity in attacking and improving our low-performing schools from district leadership. There's a great quote here from former Wake County School Superintendent Dr. Jim Merrill, and I'm not read much of this presentation, but I think this quote is worth reading. The genesis was really about entrepreneurialism on the part of district leadership and looking for the seams in policy and law where there might be room for creativity, maneuverability, flexibility, and opportunity. And again, that's Dr. Merrill, former superintendent of Wake County. So that kind of sums up why a group of superintendents started working with the State Department, working with the State Board of Education under what the law allowed to talk about what can we create to allow our schools to have this type of restart opportunity. And so under Dr. June Atkinson, who was the state superintendent, worked with the state board and with these superintendents to come up with this restart option. And so you can see in May 2016 that there were 5 restart schools when this first rolled out. By the next year, you can see that spread quite a bit. A lot of other districts follow the lead of those first 4 districts. And that spread to 85 restart schools in the state of North Carolina. And then by this past September, You can see that now has grown to 148 Restart schools across our entire state, where districts and local boards of education have taken advantage of the opportunity to give their low-performance schools flexibility, creativity, opportunity to drive school improvement. So that's really where that has come from.
Tim, just real quick, they all have to get approved, or do they all have to?
Yes, ma'am. There's an application, it's a pretty straightforward application that a local school district fills out, the board endorses, and then we submit to the State Board of Education. So today's presentation is informational, but it may very well that we come back next month or in the future for your approval for that type of application.
Promising if they're approving all them, so.
Yep. Yes, ma'am? Question? Yeah, okay. So this chart is kind of a real quick what Restart is, what it isn't. Again, I'm going to let Andrew talk about the funding piece in a little more detail. But Restart is freedom from any laws and policy restrictions that govern other public schools. It's not a canned program or model. It's really, again, you're going to hear me say this word probably 20 times. It's about flexibility. Flexibility from the laws and policies that most public schools have to follow. We'll get into a little more about what that looks like as we move forward. It's an exemption from traditional staffing requirements and salary schedules. It's not a mandate, as you may have heard in some other places, a mandate to hire or dismiss principals or teachers or hire an education management organization. It's not. Restart is a different approach to handling school funding. It's not, and Andrew would probably amen this, it's not an additional or separate funding source. It's just a different approach to funding and how we receive our funding from the state. Andrew will talk about that. It's an open invitation. This is really the crux. It's an open invitation for local districts and schools to create and recreate plans that work for that school and work for the school district. It's not a static, unchanging plan or program that's mandated by the state or implemented by districts and schools. It's something that's going to be continuously evolving once you have that opportunity to input that creativity. And so this picture, this idea is that Restart, becoming a Restart school for a low-performance school is really a catalyst. It's a catalyst to think more outside the box and to utilize some of that flexibility to do some things differently. It's really what it's about. It's policy flexibility, and this freedom allows our teachers and our principals and district staff and boards of education to think differently and to imagine differently. So I'm going to let Andrew talk a little bit about how the funding piece works, and then we'll finish up with some FAQs. Any questions before I let Andrew?
So before we talk about the funding, Tim, so when you are saying that we would be exempted from traditional staffing requirements, and are we not going to be mandated for, we'll still be mandated for testing and assigning schools the grades that we're doing now? I mean, that process will still be in place.
Correct. Schools will still be part of the state accountability process.
Okay.
Still be taking end-of-grade assessments.
Okay.
Still receive a school performance grade than your traditional schools would. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Be specific. Tim, if you'd be specific on this question, the class size reduction requirement. Would Aberdeen and Robbins then be afforded the opportunity to perhaps make a modest uptick in K through 3 that would benefit 4 and 5?
Yes, they would. And
Okay.
that's part of the FAQs towards the end of the presentation. Yes, they could. They could uptick it too and possibly use some of that flexibility to hire more TAs. That's part of that flexibility that we talk about with this model.
For supportive,
Yes, ma'am.
which would obviously help in those schools. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Tim, do you have any examples of outcomes from the schools that have been under the Restart program for a couple of years?
No specific examples.
So we really don't, do we know if they work or not? That's the question.
We have seen some promising growth in some of our districts.
But it hasn't
I
been
can
long
give you
enough.
It hasn't been an end-all, be-all. It works, where we've seen success is where districts use it as a catalyst, and they use it to drive creative ideas, to target it to the specific need of that school.
Okay.
That's where we've seen success. Just being a Restart school doesn't solve anything. It only affords those schools that flexibility to use a targeted approach beyond what current policy and law allow us to do. And so that's where we've seen some success in some other districts. Certainly can come back with additional examples of that in some districts where they've seen the success in what they've done.
Well, with the ones you put up there, we can go online and look for ourselves.
I'll give you one personal success story I hadn't shared with Dr. Grimsey or
Okay.
Dr. Locklear. My previous school district that I was in was on the map. When I left, we had 4 restart schools. One of those schools, the last 2 years after going into restart, it was one of the first ones that went into restart. The last 2 years, that school has been in the top 15% of growth scores in the state.
Wow.
What school was that?
River Road Middle School.
Okay.
I would suggest we'd need more to know more about River Road, because Restart in and of itself is not what moves the needle.
Correct.
It's what the staff does with the flexibility afforded to them. So I would just caution the board to get the whole story. The other thing I would add, that what we, remember, this is flexibility that's afforded to the charters. And if we look at charter school performance across the state compared to traditional school performance across the state, we know that basically it's more similar than it is different.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily better or worse, it tends to be very similar, varies a little bit from year to year. So again, we don't want to present Restart as this idea that's going to be the answer to everything, but certainly our principals at Robbins and Aberdeen and Southern Middle would appreciate that flexibility to see where it takes them.
Well, we saw a presentation at our policy conference of one of the schools that was a Restart, and the results were significant. And it was really different than
But
what
it
they
was
were
only
doing.
1 year right now. We have
Well,
data.
first year they were different. Good, okay, thanks.
Andrew?
So as Dr. Locklear mentioned, it is not a new funding stream. The funding formula is not a new funding stream, not additional monies from the state for the model. What has to happen is, as the second bullet says there, it's charter-like flexibility. So what the finance team has to do, we have to go look at our existing funding. And we have to do, essentially, it's not a reduction, but I'm gonna say it's a reduction. We have to do a discretionary reduction. What we do is not really a reduction, but we have to look at our existing funding streams, and we have to do conversions over into a different pot. So it's not new monies. So for example, and I don't wanna get too much in the weeds, but I'll convert teacher positions to dollars to pay for everything that happens out of the Restart. A flexibility, the charters get all their money in one pot, or the majority of their money in one pot, and can spend how they choose to. So what this does, we take our existing monies, we do conversions over into one pot, and then we have the flexibility to do what we want to. One prime example of that is TA money. I can convert TA money over into this pot. By state law in the traditional schools, I've got to pay for TAs only out of TA money. I can convert it over here in this pot, and I can do whatever that school needs. It gives flexibility to that school to meet whatever their needs are. It may be on TAs, but it may be on something else. So that's a conversion, and a flexibility that you get by doing that conversion.
So the same dollar value, you just taking it from one account, putting it to a different type of account, and allowing the school the flexibility to pick and choose and spend.
The only
differently.
different for dollar value is when you do a conversion for teachers, you convert at the district average. So you can gain, we'll say generate savings as it says here. So if I have lower paid teachers on the staff or at that school and my conversion is higher, I could gain additional dollars to do additional things for that
Gotcha.
school.
Now, federal funding, that's not,
Federal yeah, it'd be the same as it would be for any of the other schools. I can't do conversions to the federal, it would only be conversions of the state dollars.
and so transportation, food services, things along those lines are still required,
Yes,
though they're not required on a true charter school plan, correct? But we would still be serving lunch and,
yes,
and bringing the children to school.
yes. That's just a little bit about the funding model. It's a lot of work to do the conversions, but if the flexibility helps the district, it's worth it.
And currently, Andrew and his team are doing an internal analysis to make sure we upfront analyze what impact this would have on the district financially. Obviously, it has to be a cost-neutral or beneficial conversion for us to move forward. It can't be something that is we would need additional funding to do. So that's what Andrew, and I hope I explained that correctly,
Yes,
Andrew.
yes, correct.
That's
I'm sorry.
something that Andrew and his team are analyzing right now before we were to perhaps come back to the board and ask for your consideration of doing this.
And thank you for pointing that out, forgot to mention that. And just in my previous district, the conversions, we did save some money to do some different things, employ different positions that weren't in those schools with that savings. So hopefully, if we go forward with it, we'll be able to do the same thing here.
So you could operate under a different calendar or a different day schedule if the school opted to have a morning study session that started 30 minutes before the school day or something like that. You can run your transportation schedule as you choose. It's
Good.
not linked to the rest of the system.
Certainly, you have calendar flexibility like charter schools do, yes, ma'am. And you could look at different options, different school days, different calendars, intersection options as we're moving towards that, so, yes, ma'am.
For those 3 schools.
For those schools that
Yes.
have that flexibility, yes, sir. So as we finish up the presentation, really some FAQs or true-false questions here that help sum up some of the key points around the flexibility. Looking at there's a lot of staffing flexibility in that arena here with this option. Restart schools are not required to employ any licensed teachers. That's false. They are. Like charter schools, restart schools are required to employ at least 50% licensed teachers. Teachers in the core subjects must be college graduates. But state law does not require that restart teachers be licensed in specific areas. So it does offer quite a bit of staffing flexibility, but we would continue to want to hire the best qualified teachers, obviously, for our classrooms. But it offers creativity, the opportunity to do some things different. The next kind of FAQ, restart schools can pay teachers more than they would on the state's salary scale. This is true, but on the other hand, within limits, they can also pay teachers less than they would make on the salary schedule. Just pointing that out, that's for transparency. It does, go ahead.
And just before he goes on, in my previous district, for those teachers that were good teachers that we were trying to nurture that had issues with passing exams that weren't certified, we had those in restarts and we created a different schedule for them to keep them employed while providing that support to get them to pass that exam to become certified. So that's a flexibility that we had this would allow here. Not saying we would do that, but it is just an example of a flexibility that we used.
So this also opens up possibility for different kind of part-time and non-traditional arrangements of bringing in teachers to come in to work with our students based on the needs. Here's another statement that may have been out there. Restart schools do not need to evaluate teachers. If they do, they are not required to use any particular evaluation system. We can see Dr. Affenfeld's tweaking back there, kind of her head blinking. That is false. Twitching, sorry. Again, my
Tweaking too.
yeah, my use of the English language.
Twitching instead of
Twitching,
tweaking.
thank you. That's false. It's career status, teacher contracts, due process rights still apply, so evaluation on a valid instrument is needed to support continuous improvement for performance-related concerns. And there's a couple more. We've already, Dr. Grimacy noted this one. Restart schools are not subject to state class size requirements. That's true. There is some flexibility there. So our 2 elementaries that could potentially be restart schools could have some flexibility to go up and down on those, to go a little further higher on those class sizes to have some flexibility. That's the same flexibility that North Carolina charter schools have. And Chair Carter mentioned about the flexibility with the school calendar law, and that is true. Restart schools would also have the same flexibility that charter schools do. So Andrew and I are certainly open to any additional questions or discussion.
I have one, and I don't know if I'm going to explain it the right way, but so when Aberdeen Elementary turns into two schools go into one, are they still gonna be a low-performing school, or do they get to start over because there's two schools? Because obviously Aberdeen Primary isn't a low-performing school.
When those two schools come together, they will then use the school number and the accountability history of Aberdeen Elementary.
Okay.
And so as of right now, Aberdeen Elementary is still labeled a continually low-performing school. As it moves forward, if it has exceeded growth next year and it's no longer low-performing, it will no longer be continually low-performing. But as of right now, yes, ma'am, going into next year, it still has that label.
And then once they get to a higher status, the restart stops?
Currently, no. Currently, the school could retain the restart option, continue to use those
For how-
flexibilities.
How long
There
usually?
is no timeout.
Indefinitely.
It's indefinite at
Wow.
this point. That
Yeah,
could change.
Right.
That could change. The state board could come back and change those, and there is some talk that some of that could happen. But as of right now, there are no
Right.
time limitations on it.
So we would approve, the process would be that we would approve us to what, submit an application to
Yes,
the
ma'am.
state?
Yes, ma'am.
And then they would either grant or deny?
They would either grant or deny. It's been a pretty streamlined process through past history of other districts. We feel like through the support and the information that we receive, we'll be able to submit a promising application.
Okay, and so from what you have read and learned about this, what would be our reservation or hesitation to do this? I mean, why would we not just put this on our agenda and go forward with trying to get this in place by our next school year?
Based on the information I have right now, it would be a recommendation that we seriously consider to move
Okay.
forward. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't have any reservations as of right now. We've discussed this with our principals. They've been discussing it with their school teams, or will be diving into it even deeper with them. As of right now, there's nothing that I would have any reservation unless Andrew and his team came back and said this is not a cost neutral or cost benefit to our district. If he came back and said it's gonna cost us resources, then we would have to
Okay.
kind of step back and reconsider.
But there's no evidence in any of the
Yeah.
other districts that have gone before
No.
us that.
Yeah, I don't see it. I know only one district that I'm aware of was trying to go to all schools to restart, and they backed out. But that was a small district.
Was that Rowan?
No, Washington.
Okay, but didn't Rowan go to a district-wide
They're
restart?
renewal
Rowan is
district.
called a renewal district, which
Okay.
is essentially the same thing.
Okay,
And there's not enough data at this point
right,
for that.
and that's brand new, yeah,
Yeah,
they've just.
they're in their
started
second
that.
year of that.
Now, there are districts that have gotten the restart status and then have not done anything with it.
Sure,
So,
you don't
but-
have to do
but,
anything.
Yeah, but they've not been hurt by it, there's, nothing has changed.
Right.
They do have to do the funding conversions. They are required, whether they do any new programs or use any other flexibilities. Once your restart, finance has to do a conversion. DPI tells you how much you have to convert, and the finance has to do that conversion to that separate pot. But you
Nevertheless,
don't have to do any other.
If you don't change any of your staff, if you don't take any actions on it, even the conversion really doesn't offer benefit or cost or anything in that
Right,
respect.
right.
In 2007, 2008, that's when we started losing our teacher assistants for first grade, and maybe even 2009. Do you know if Aberdeen was a B school or a C school back then?
No, ma'am, not all.
The performance grade process didn't initiate until 13, 14.
Okay.
That was the first year for
I was
performance
just
grades.
curious to see the difference, if it was because of teacher assistants that we kind of held back.
So performance grades came in with Race to the Top.
As you've talked about this, I've thought, my mind's gotten turning already, thinking, oh, we could do this and this in Aberdeen, and we could do this and this at Southern Middle. Knowing that Aberdeen feeds directly into Southern Middle, but also does Southern Pines. And Southern Pines would not be qualified for a restart position because it is not a low-performing school. Are there ever variations or variances made so that all of a feeder line can go into restart? Could we get Southern Pines also qualified as a restart school so that its calendar could say merge with that going into Southern Middle or other programs that it has?
Currently, under the law, we could not. It would have to be designated as a continually low-performing school, which Southern Pines is
Is not? Mm-hmm.
unfortunately not. But I think we could do, it doesn't stop us from thinking about that and doing things that align all those schools. It just, we wouldn't be able to do some of the type of same things that we could at Aberdeen and Southern Middle. But we still should be thinking about that.
Right.
I can't think at this point of any disadvantage this creates for the Southern Pines Elementary School students by Aberdeen having this provision.
No, the only thing I could consider was maybe calendar, if we were trying to start or run a slightly different calendar at Aberdeen and Southern Middle, then we would want Southern Pines to be able to run the same calendar. But as far as it goes for programming or
Yeah.
the use of teachers or whatever it might be, no, would not be any detriment to Southern Pines if we're doing it in Aberdeen. Other questions?
It appears that it would just drastically support what plans they have in place for school improvement. And they could definitely begin to think outside the box and come up with more innovative approaches to try to begin to, get really back aligned before we would like for them to be. And I would just like to mention that already we're seeing our principals really, with their team, begin to think outside the box and just trying to come up with new methods. And Libby and I saw that when we talked to Marcy on Friday. Some of the things that they're doing at Southern Middle is just really amazing what they're trying to do with their students and their team. It's just really
And it's
amazing.
working well.
It is. So I think this would even help just that much the more to provide flexibility.
Well, Dr. Brown and I were sitting together when we heard the presentation last week in Raleigh on Restart Schools, and we kind of looked at each other and thought, why aren't we doing this? Because it sounded so good. So we'll be interested in hearing what the follow-up is and what kind of recommendation you want to bring back.
We've taken our time. I mean, anytime you hear that something is too good to be true,
Yeah.
it probably isn't. So, we've all become a little cynical, but I think that we've taken our time with it. The Innovation Project, the TIP network, has been recruiting us hard for the last couple of years, and we're one of the last in the network to come into this. So we just really feel as though we no longer have an explanation why not. And so we're moving forward with that. So going forward next month, Tim, what would you anticipate then?
There's nothing that comes up that would change our current recommendation, and I anticipate bringing to you 3 applications for those continuing low-performing schools to be considered for restart status with the State Board of Education and get that on their agenda as quickly as possible upon your approval. So that means we would hopefully at the latest be in the State Board of Education's agenda in April, I would hope.
In time for the 2021 school year.
Correct.
And I'd like to make a comment. The only thing I'd like to see is let's determine what we want, what we're looking for outcomes, so we know where we're gonna measure and monitor how it's working for us, instead of waiting after already doing it and then pick out things that we're gonna measure. I mean, we gotta know why we're doing it, so.
That part will come out in the school improvement plan. And remember, this is just a provision. This is not a model. This is not a
understood.
plan. There's no real action steps, so we would have to, the measure of outcomes will not be based on the flexibility. It'll be based on the programs that come out of the flexibility. So
Well,
you don't
it would be
automatically-
based on what you determine before you start the program, whatever it is.
That won't change. Right now, all 3 of these schools are devoted to coming off low-performing school status, which would mean meeting or exceeding growth in order to qualify for the letter grade. All of that is already set. This is nothing more than an action step that facilitates the existing measurable objective. So the measurable objectives stay the same. That would only change if you change the action steps. This is nothing more than a
If you already have it, that's fine, but I'd just like to know what it is for each school.
Very good.
when we
We'll
make the
keep that
decision.
in mind.
Student outcomes,
Yeah.
like Dr. Brown.
Remind the board.
So the public knows what we're trying to do, or what we want to do, what we plan to do.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Thank you. At this time, Madam Chair, I'll invite Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman to come forward for item C. And I'll note that items C, D, E, and F are all items that are the last of our pre-budget presentations. These are intended to help inform the context of the budget that the superintendent will present to the board in March. Folks?
Thank you, sir. Lucinda and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to update you on student support services staffing, so we'll get right to that. I'm going to talk with you first about school nurses. The district currently has 14 school nurses serving our 24 schools, with a full-time nurse serving each of our high schools and our largest middle schools. The only exception is Northmore High School, whose nurse also serves High Falls 1 half-day per week, and our remaining nursing services are split between our elementary schools. We've increased our number of school nurses by 7 since 2015-16, but all of these positions were actually added between 2015 and 2018, basically thanks to a community partnership with First Health. No new nursing positions have been added over the past 2 years, as there have been no new funding that could be committed to support those needs. The 7 additional positions, however, have helped us to improve our nurse-to-student ratio, moving from 1 to close to 1,600 to now 1 to 900 in terms of a ratio, with our goal being to meet the state recommended ratio of 1 to 750. So in order to reach that ratio, we would need to add 3 additional school nurses for a total of 17. That would be at an approximate cost of $60,000 per nurse. So let's also think about and be reminded of why our school nurses are so important. Trends locally as well as across the state and nation indicate an increasing number of medically fragile students, chronic conditions and special health needs, social morbidities such as drug and alcohol abuse, obesity, etc., and increasing mental health needs. So I do want to also share, during the 2018-19 school year, our 14 Moore County Schools nurses provided approximately 10,000 contacts, phone calls, home visits, emails, texts, over 27,000 office visits, and 3,729 individually written health care plans. And of those 27,000 office visits, approximately 93% of those students went back to class that day so that they could continue learning. You know, when you don't have a school nurse available to see a student, sometimes that return to class rate can be 70% or lower.
I would say there's actually research that shows that significantly children get sent home. When a secretary has to make that decision, or a non-trained professional, the majority of the time the child just simply is sent home to the parents.
Correct. So, where do we want to see our nurse program go from here? If there were a point that we could add an additional nurse positions, Pinehurst Elementary is our largest school without currently having a school nurse, so they could certainly use that extra coverage there. I'll also share that Pinecrest High School, approximately 2,200 students and 1 school nurse. So you think about that ratio, 1 to 2,200 at Pinecrest High School. And that nurse sees approximately 50 to 60 students a day there. So obviously there's more support needed there. A possible solution to better support health and wellness not only at Pinecrest but with students across our district might be a school-based health center on the Pinecrest campus. Basically, that would be a satellite doctor's office. We've had local providers express interest to Moore County Schools in partnering with us over the past couple of years that would staff such an office. Moore County Schools' responsibility would be to provide facility, which with mobile units that we're not using any longer with the construction of our new schools, that might be something that we want to explore on the Pinecrest campus. Also opportunity there, you think about, that could serve not only those Pinecrest students, but other students in the area that might be able to easily get to Pinecrest. And if you think about even our students on the northern end of the county and, new possibilities with telehealth and being able to do things, in that capacity. So that's something we certainly want to explore. Athletic trainers. Let's talk about them. So if you see the information on this slide, just shows how Moore County Schools partnered with Pinehurst Surgical Clinic between 2015 to 2018 to provide full-time licensed athletic trainers, and that should say licensed athletic trainers and not just athletic trainers at the top. I want to point that out, on each high school campus. So as of last year and moving forward, Moore County Schools now funds and pays for the salaries for our licensed athletic trainers. So I want to be clear that these are licensed health professionals. You know, they have minimal 4-year degrees, and they passed, you know, very stringent licensing exam for their position. So let's also not forget why they're so important. We all have a continued, we want to see continued student athlete health accountability. We have an increase in the number of sports. Union Pines High School is adding women's lacrosse this spring. They'll be adding men's lacrosse next spring. You know, Pinecrest has added a number of sports as well. So with more sports come more sports-related injuries, especially when you talk about sports like lacrosse, right? So there's also a need to diagnose and closely monitor head injuries and concussions. We all know, you know, the extra attention that's been given to that over the last several years. You know, through our athletic trainers, they also serve to help prevent injuries, as well as treat and then rehabilitate when injuries do occur. And I do want to also share with you, when you think about Northmore High School, our smallest high school, the athletic trainer there, Justin Marley, last year during 2018-19, reported 341 significant contacts with student athletes beyond just a routine follow-up. So that's pretty significant. And think about if we didn't have these trainers on our campuses. So where would we like to go from here with our athletic trainers? I do want to point out that our licensed athletic trainers are 10-month employees, and they make approximately $32,000 a year, plus a $1,600 stipend for 2 weeks of summer work. So other than minimal annual state increases, they've had no salary increase in the past 5 years since we've had this program. And again, you know, they are licensed health professionals as I've shared. But, you know, the need with possibly addressing their salary, that could be addressed through the new classified salary scale if that were something that we were to have funding to be able to.
Indeed, that was included in that proposal.
It was, yes, sir. So also want to point out that we do have a very positive relationship with Pinehurst Surgical. Although that partnership kind of ended a couple of years ago, they do still work closely with our athletic trainers and the district. And I do think they would be open in the future if we ever wanted to partner again to possibly add an additional trainer who might provide additional support to our high schools and also our middle schools. I do believe they would be open to that. So I also wanted to share with you some state safety grant funding that's been available this year. For the past 2 years, the state has provided some money. And of course, we have applied and received some of that grant funding, not only to support some of our student support services staffing, but just safety and security in general. So Moore County Schools was awarded state safety grant funding in multiple areas in December of 2019. And just want to point this out, although that funding was not provided until midway through the school year, the funds are designated to be used in the 2019-20 school year. So these funds have to be spent by June 30th, 2020. So we received year 2 funding for 4 SRO positions dedicated to serve elementary and middle schools. That's in the amount of $133,333. We also received funding for an additional SRO position only for 2019-20. So that position, we don't have funding beyond June of this year for that additional position. And that's in the amount of $33,333. So you might be thinking, well, does that cover the cost of a position? It does not. So there's a match required to that. So for every $2 of state funding we get for these SRO positions, the district is required to put up $1 of matching funds. We also received $50,000 in safety equipment grant funding, and that is specified to be used. That's going to be used to complete the installations of our campus emergency alert systems on every campus, so we'll finish that. We'll also be using that money to provide a computer in every school office to be dedicated to our school safety app, Active Defender, and then the remaining funding will be used to help support replacement of some of our failing security camera systems. So, and Cinda's going to share with you about the final two, students in crisis and school safety training.
So before, a question, Seth, on this page. So with the grants, it appears that the SRO position definitely for the 33,000 will be eliminated.
If we don't receive additional grant funding from the state, it could be that they'll come back this summer and say,
Okay.
we're going to renew that grant funding. But at this point, nothing's out there to say that it will be continued. In the past, like with the other 4 positions, those positions were granted to us for 2 years. So we had we had them saying, we will provide it this year and next year, but for this year.
We just, okay. And so for the equipment and the crisis services, training, is there a life expectancy end for this year on those, or does it run into next year?
It is the
Same
same.
thing, okay.
June 30th, 2020, the funds have to be expended.
Okay, for all of these. I just wanted to get clarification on that. Thank you.
Correct. You want to share about students in crisis?
Sure, and yes, when the grant came out, it said spend it by June 30th with no exceptions.
Okay.
So as Seth said, we originally applied for this earlier in the school year, and we were budgeting for an entire school year. We didn't receive the money until the day before Christmas vacation this year, so that's halfway through the school year. So for the students in crisis services, I requested $90,000 for contract psychologists. This money is earmarked not for employees, but to contract with a school psychologist. The challenge there is that most privately licensed psychologists aren't trained specifically as school psychologists, but I've been looking and trying hard and have found 2 people to get started on that. And then the other $60,000 of that money was for embedded therapists in the high schools. Again, that's to contract with community providers rather than hiring employees. So I'm working with several community partners to provide some therapists for the high schools. They're going to work specifically to address substance abuse, either in terms of prevention in groups or with treatment of students who have been identified that have a substance abuse.
And these services will be limited to just the budget year until June 30th.
June 30th, yes. So, if we could get lots of providers to come into the schools, we could try to spend it all, and I've sent that message out, and we're working to come up with a contract and see what we can do, but yes, that's what it's got to be spent by. The school safety training is a renewal of, well, it's a new grant, but we started last year with the Resources for Resilience group from Asheville, and they came and did Reconnect for Resilience training last year for 4 schools, training about 160 school staff, and we are going to try to repeat that again this year. This year they've added a parent night for the training, and so they're going to do a parent night the night before they come and do one of those 2-day trainings. So that'll be nice to expand that. And that we are planning to try to do that in June, near the end of the school year, because we didn't know we had this money until December, so we didn't have time to get it on the calendar before then. So that's what that school safety training is.
Cindy, I have a question. What is a student in crisis?
That's the name of the grant. So out of the state safety grants, one of those was called Students in Crisis.
Okay.
So it had very specific things that you could put in there under the Students in Crisis.
Okay. Yeah, I was just wondering if some of the other services we're paying for, we've already agreed to pay money for, might be applicable here. It sounds like they're not.
It's very, very specific. It has to be, they even put the specific names of types of therapies that
Thank
have
you.
to be in there.
Okay.
And, the contract psychologist was one of those. So, yeah, it has a lot of strings attached.
So we hope, that the safety grants will be available again next year. We anticipate that they will, but we don't know exactly what we'll get or how much we'll get. So, we'll continue to have our fingers crossed for that. Don't want to forget about our Moore County Schools Police. So let's talk about them for just a moment. As you're well aware, you know, Moore County Schools is one of 2 districts in the state, along with Charlotte-Mecklenburg, who has our own police force. Police force is made up of Chief Fry and 13 police officers. You know, when we talk about why they're important, you know, first thing I think that probably comes to most people's mind is just the, you know, societally, we're having some issues where we're just facing more violence on our school campuses, more instances of active assailants. So they're important for that reason. They provide for increased safety and security through their presence. They build relationships with students and staff. They build relationships with other agencies and are able to we're able to have interagency support thanks to that. Then they're also important because they provide opportunities for restorative justice through programs like our Moore County Schools Second Chance program for first-time student offenders, in order to avoid having to charge our students. We don't want to have to charge, you know, students, and so those kind of programs are very important. We're currently seeking to fill 1 vacancy, which is that additional position that we've just been granted through the state safety grants. It's hard to find someone that just wants to work for 5 months with no guarantee of employment beyond June 30th. We still have our fingers crossed that we'll find someone, maybe a retired, you know, officer who maybe just wants to come back and support us for, you know, the time being. But then also keep in mind that our officers, of our 13 officers that we have, they're based at our secondary schools, so they're based at our high school and middle schools, but then they also serve our elementary schools, you know, on occasion and on an as-needed basis. So, but you have to also understand that when they're pulled off to go do that, that leaves some of our secondary schools at times without SRO coverage, so they don't have 100% coverage. So what do we hope to see in the future for our Moore County Schools Police? You know, our goal would be to expand our capacity to provide SR coverage on all campuses, but we do want to specifically ensure that we can at least have constant coverage on our secondary campuses. And hopefully through the continuation of state safety grants, you know, we'll be able to maybe possibly do some expansion. You know, with the addition of 6 officers, you know, we take care of a lot of our needs and can provide halftime coverage on all of our elementary campuses, in addition to ensuring all of our secondary campuses are covered. With just 3 officers, we could provide 1/3 coverage on all elementary campuses and assure that our secondary campuses are always covered.
So, Dr. Powers,
Yes, ma'am.
the 4 positions that the grant funding will expire in June 2020, is there previously we've had grants that came in April, May, and we applied for those, and are we looking to that possibility again?
There should be,
Okay.
there should be this spring the opportunity to again apply for these grant positions. There were about 5 years when the state was funding grants for those, for 3 SRO positions that really you didn't even have to reapply for annually. And then 2 years ago, I think somebody maybe caught that and said, well, let's start over here. And so we do have to reapply, and it was good for 2 years. This spring, you know, we hope for the same opportunity again. And if that went away, you know, we would be looking at
So we would,
four less officers we would not have.
right now, that's not in our budget to fund those other than through the grant.
I haven't presented the budget yet,
Oh, I know.
so that's what this discussion is about today, is we're kind of getting into a lot of details here about this grant and that grant. The next steps are the keys that you look at here in terms of, and then as board members, you want to measure the value of each of these, because clearly the needs exceed the capability. And so this is, you know, we've been accused lately or criticized lately for asking for more money every year. We really don't. We ask for the same money every year, okay? It's not more, it's the same. Now, some fixed costs increase, and so that's been modest. But if you look at our budgets the last 4 or 5 years, it's basically the same requests year after year after year. And these are among those. The difference this year is that we shifted to dependence on our Medicaid reimbursement fund balance, which Mr. Cox will get into here shortly. And none of this ties in later, so we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves. A lot of this will be laid out, but if we can kind of focus on those next steps, and I think that the details about each grant are important, But it does mean, no matter whether you have that grant money or not, you're still short of what we've defined as the needs of our students. And so really, there's no circumstance that makes it better at this point. If we lose a grant, it gets worse. And so that's why the more we can have sustainable funding for these positions, it's obviously silly that somebody would think that we could find somebody to employ as a resource officer or a psychologist for 5 months.
Yeah.
You know, but it does make for good political campaign literature that you can say that you passed a bill that provided this for the schools, but it was only for 5 months. So I think that we're dealing with reality here. And so the question's a good one, Dr. Brown, but this is a situation where there's a lot of different factors that are all happening together.
Which concerned me.
Yes, ma'am, I share that concern.
I'll let Cinda's now gonna take over, and she's gonna talk with you about our school psychologists, counselors, and social workers.
All right, so on this slide, we talk about our school psychologists. The ratio, our ratio is 1 to 1,117. It's better than the overall state average, but our psychologists still spend almost all of their time testing for special education rather than the expanded role that they are capable of doing, which would be including counseling and consultation. Our psychologists this year, we have 11.5 psychologist positions, and that's an increase of half a position compared to last year. We have a shortage of psychologists in North Carolina because the pay is so much greater in other states and our surrounding states. Many of our students in graduate school go to a different state. So psychologists are qualified mental health professionals. They're experts in psychology and education. They provide consultation, staff development, individual and group counseling. They're experts in behavior management. They can advise at a system level. And what they spend most of their time doing is evaluating students for special education eligibility. Our school counselors.
Can we go back to the psychologists?
Yes.
Are all those full-time employees, or are they contract? Or is
Out
it?
of the 11.5 are positions, they're FTEs.
They're FTEs, okay, thank you.
Moore County Schools has 38 counselors, including one of our BIT members, which I'll tell you a little more about in the next slide or two. The North Carolina average is 1 to 367, and our ratio is 1 to 338. Just like with the psychologist, although this is one more school counselor than last year, it's still not enough and not as much as we would like, and not nearly close to the national recommendations. School counselors are qualified mental health professionals. They are responsible for the school counseling curriculum. There are 9 essential guidance standards. They don't all go deliver them directly to the classrooms, but they do consult with teachers and provide lesson plans and help ensure that all students get access to those standards. They're also do responsive services, which means that they respond to things that happen, emergencies, crises, difficulties. They do small group and individual counseling. They consult and collaborate with staff, community, and parents. They provide crisis counseling and prevention. Community outreach and program planning is one of the American School Counseling Association recommendations for their day-to-day activities. And so our counselors do work with the student support teams, multi-tiered systems of support teams, school improvement teams, 504 teams, and positive behavior intervention and support teams. So they are very busy.
And these are 10-month?
The high school counselors are 11 months, but the
Okay.
rest of them are 10 months.
Okay, and when you say qualified for
Qualified mental health professionals.
Okay, so they have their licensure.
They have their school counselor licensure. So the DPI identifies them as qualified mental health professionals.
Okay.
That's a term from DPI.
Okay.
Yeah. Some of them do also have their licensed professional counseling certificate, which is the private. So some of them also have that and can function as in private practice as well. All right, our school social workers. We have 14 school social workers, which is an increase of 1 school social worker from last year. 2 of these social workers are on the BIT team. Our average is 1 to 1,427. No, that's the state average, and Moore County Schools is 1 to 917. But again, that's not nearly close enough to the national recommendation. School social workers are also considered qualified mental health professionals. They help students with academic achievement. They help students improve their social, emotional, and behavioral competence. They also provide small group and individual counseling, work with homeless students and families to improve access to school, and they work with students and families to overcome barriers to school success. And then they spend most of their time tracking and intervening with school attendance. That's most of their time. So our next steps with these folks would be to increase staffing toward meeting the national standards. Our most critical need remains an additional school social worker, followed by a school psychologist, and we would really hope to maintain our current number of school counselors as we move forward with the schools combining. We would hope to keep those the same and increase the psychologists and social work numbers. So our behavioral health intervention team, we have 2 clinically licensed school social workers, 1 licensed school counselor, and 2 behavior specialists. So the 5 of these people work together to provide behavior therapy. Behavior therapy being behavior analysis, consultation with behavior management, teaching functional behavior assessments. The model of our behavior specialist is to figure out what works well with a student and then to demonstrate and model that for the teacher so that it can be replicated in the classroom. Our mental health therapists do traditional therapy if the student can't have access to community providers. They'll do case management and they'll work with the family to try to overcome barriers so they can have long-term mental health care.
Just be consistent with Dr. Power's presentation in the fall about the student safety, health, and welfare domain of our strategic plan. The BIT team triages. They focus on those students whose needs have elevated above the school counselor level, but not quite yet. They're not quite yet in the pipeline for private and community providers. Is that an accurate
Yeah, at
summary
times
statement?
it is, yes. What the counselors will try to do before referring to the BIT team, because there's so few of them, the counselors in the schools will generally try to hook them up with community providers first.
Correct.
But if the student has trouble accessing the community providers, lack of insurance, or lack of transportation, that kind of thing, then they will refer on to the BIT team.
Precisely what I said.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
To the bridge.
Yep.
Clarification. The social workers and counselors on the BIT team, they come from the FTEs that we have. They're not additional FTEs, is that correct?
We counted, yeah, right, we counted this year in the slides, we counted these people in with those numbers.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. So, as we said, they're centrally based, they serve all students. They focus on prevention and early intervention. And they have provide a lot of professional development this year, both in terms of trauma and resilience, but also behavior training. I'm very proud that 2 of our therapists have completed their trauma-focused cognitive behavior therapy credentialing, and they had their last phone call on Friday, so they are now officially rostered. And it was a huge lift, a big job, and I'm very proud of them for maintaining that. And they're also trained as resilience trainers with Resource for Resilience. So this year, the team has divided mental health referrals separate from behavior referrals, but a lot of times the students need both of those kinds of things, so we have a number of students that both sides of the team are working with. So here are our statistics. 52 Columbia Suicide Severity Rating Scales. We've had 1, unfortunately, student suicide this year that took a lot of our staff to respond to. 63 referrals to outside note to inside counselor, social worker, and educator's handbook, 4 to outside. We've had 53 students hospitalized this year. If I looked back at last year, and that's a lot more than before. 6 students are on homebound for mental health. These are just mental health issues. These are not physical health issues. And we have 28 new BIT referrals, and we have 51 students on the caseload, and 15 students in consultation. So, big jobs there. So our next steps are to continue on to refine and tweak and make the system a better system. And our mental health folks, their next sites are on adding substance abuse credentials to their long list of letters after their names. And we are open to any questions you might have.
I just have a comment. I was talking to some colleagues in other places, and excuse me, Moore County is so forward-thinking. They had not even started. They were just starting some of the questionnaires to be put out to their schools. And so thank you for taking that first step.
Thank you.
I do want to also point out, Sandhills Center for Mental Health is responsible for providing funding for 2 of our BIT team members. And, we've had that for 2 years now, but they do share with us that they do want us to be looking at other possible funding sources. They're telling us, they won't be able to do this forever, so we have to keep thinking about and looking ahead to, how
Primary source of that funding was a fund balance that they had that had built up, and their board approved the use of that fund balance, but that fund balance is not infinite.
Correct.
And so there will be a time in the not-too-distant future that we need to be taking that seriously, similar to our collaborative agreement with the county a couple years ago to spend down our own Medicaid fund balance. All of these fund balances are one-time revenue sources, all of which are prone to exhaustion, and the level of staffing that we have is very similar to where it's been these last few years. So it's not more. We've shifted around. These are the same positions. I would also like to add that I want to compliment Dr. Powers and Ms. Dedman on showing where we compare with the rest of North Carolina and where we compare with the national standards. What it demonstrates is that North Carolina is woefully below the national standards. And so a lot of times when we have families that move to our community from other communities that are staffed more robustly than we are, they often, even though we can perhaps try to brag that we're better than the state average, where they come from, the investment in student mental health is much more robust than it is here, and so they're not impressed. And so all they want to know is what we're going to try to do to expand resources for children that have needs, not just quoting our numbers here. So this is a case where the numbers, depending upon how you look at it, this is either a need or it's not a need that in the eyes of whoever that is. So, okay.
Well, it's the most impressive numbers, depressing numbers. But we do
I
appreciate
counted numerous times. I was really surprised it was that many.
And I think about the way we spread our nurses out. You're lucky if you get sick that one day, the one half day that the nurse is up in, was it Elise? High Falls. Yeah, or that's the day you really need to see the nurse. Otherwise, it has to wait a week. So I had a goddaughter who went to Grimsley High School in Greensboro, and they had a health center within the high school there. And so when you felt like you had strep throat, you went down, and before you checked out of school, you already had the prescription for penicillin or whatever it was that you needed to take on home with you. There was no further doctor's trip once you got home.
Our neighbor, Montgomery County, also has school-based health centers on their, I believe, middle school campuses.
That'd be wonderful if we had some sort of cooperative agreement that way, and who knows what might be in our future. But we do appreciate the cooperation that we've had from Pinehurst Surgical and Sandhills Mental Health and First Health as it goes on. So thank you so
both.
much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you want to continue or take a break?
I think we better take a break. Yeah, let's take, I don't know, a 5-minute break.
5-minute break, come back
Okay.
at 5 after?
Yeah.
Ends up being
Let's
about
see.
7 minutes.
Yeah. All right, let us come back into session, please. Dr. Grimacy, we're ready to move on with Mr. Cox.
Chair, I'll invite Mr. Cox to return to the presentation table, and he will help facilitate our review of items D, E, and F. Mr. Cox, before you get started, just as a point of order, Madam Chair, item G involves a presentation that includes teachers and support staff employees. Support staff employees, by virtue of the Fair Labor Standards Act, are on the clock. And so I may request, once they're all here, I may request an adjustment in the order of these items to facilitate our employees when they're here. Once they're all here, I may ask that we just move forward with that presentation so that they can keep moving. All right, thank you, Mr. Cox.
All right, thank you. I want to review the state and local funding trends over the last few years. Essentially, as it says, we'll talk about that, and we'll actually throw in a little bit of federal there too, but primarily state and local funding trends. So as you see here, what this slide talks about is the additional costs that have come down from the state to us since 2009 through 2019. Increased cost in hospitalization, increased cost in retirement contributions, ADM increases that we've gotten, and also salary increases. So this shows since 2009 we've had an increased cost to the district of $14.3 million. Now what this slide indicates is that we have received $9.7 million of additional funding to cover those $14.3 million in additional costs that the state has brought down to us. So as the chart shows there, we got $9.7 million in new state funding. How the state paid for those $14.3 million in additional costs are essentially through reductions. Through teacher reductions, through teacher assistant reductions, classroom supplies and materials, and other non-classroom related items. So as you see there, again, like I said, we did have additional revenues from the state since 2009 through the end of last year, new funding of $9.7 to cover a $14.3 million increase in cost. And this is just a table indicating where back in 2008, 2009, which was before the recession, which most people like to refer back to for those funding levels, shows the increase of funding from the state, where we finally rose back above the 2008, 2009 level, really above it in 2015, 16, just barely touching it in 14, 15 there. And again, that 9.7, I want to emphasize, $9.7 million of new monies to cover $14.1 million in new expenses. Here's our student population, our trends over the last, or since 08-09 through an estimated 2021. We had a growing ADM, and then we had a slight dip, but we're back in the growing trend again. This year we had 12,775 students, and next year we're projected to have 12,860 students. This is our state funding per pupil. Again, back in 2008-09, we were at $5,567. We're up to $6,142. Again, you see the dip, just like in the state funding, the dip per pupil during the recession, stayed level, slowly climbing up. We didn't actually get above the 08-09 funding levels in per pupil till 2016-17 school year there. You may have seen in the past, this is a slide that has been used previously. 2012-13, the state changed the way, they took away flexibility. We talked about flexibility earlier in the restart presentation. The state took away flexibility. The districts had flexibility to do conversions of teacher positions where they had a teacher position that was less than the state average, and we were able to use that money for other district needs. Well, they took that away, which is essentially costing the district $800,000 to $1.2 million, depending on staffing levels and the number of, or the license level of the teacher that you're employing. So that equates to 16 fewer state-funded teacher positions by them taking that conversion away. And it's dropped, I'd say 16 fewer. It's dropped down because the increased cost of labor now. You can't fund as many positions for that same amount of dollars. This is a slide you've seen in the past talking about the change of allotment ratios. I know Dr. Locklear and Ms. Fall used this, talked about the different ratios, how many additional teaching positions we would have had we still maintained the 11-12 staffing ratio. In Moore County specifically, we would have almost 30 more teaching positions had we maintained the 2011-12 ratios for allotments, meaning how the state gives us positions based on our average daily membership. And we have received some enhancement teachers through a new allotment formula to help offset that, but it can't completely cover the number of positions that we have lost due to the change in the conversion ratio and the class size reduction mandates that we have. Additional costs or detail of the state. As you see back in 2008-9, the retirement rate, which is the contribution per employee percent of their salary, was 8.14%. And this year, we're at 19.7% of each employee's salary that we have to pay into the state for retirement, which is a 142% increase over that time frame. For hospitalization in 08-09, the per full-time employee contribution was $4,157. This year, that per full-time employee contribution is $6,306, a 52% increase over that time frame. So you saw the dollar amounts there in that first slide of the additional costs that we have to pay. Here's breaking it down, percentages that we have to pay, the increases over this time frame. So what is the bottom line? As I mentioned, the cost of labor has gone up. The labor cost per unit, we're now at $62,000 per cost of labor unit. So we had more students per state employee. There are more state dollars, but there are fewer state employees to support the students, is essentially what we're showing here. Our ratio to students per state employee is indicated there. And although we are increasing money, the rising cost of labor is not able to maintain the same ratios to provide the same number of staff to the same number of students as we have in the past. This chart shows history of dependence on local fund balance. As you see, in 2012, we had almost $12 million in fund balance and steadily used that each year. Last year, we used just over $800,000 of fund balance. In the 19-20 year where we are, we have $100,000 of fund balance. I say that we have $2.1 million of fund balance, but essentially we have $100,000 of fund balance to use. We have to have money in hand, as we've mentioned, to cover the delays of funding from different funding sources. One is federal, just like we mentioned previous presentations this year. Although we had the increased cost for retirement and hospitalization that was passed in many budget bills, we didn't get any funding for that until just this past month. So we've been covering the additional cost through our fund balance that we have on hand. So we really can't take our fund balance down because we have to have it available to cover those items, like I just mentioned, and then the delay in getting our federal funding as well. So we're essentially out of fund balance, and that just shows the trend there. This is just to put it in perspective, how much fund balance we've been using on a yearly basis. Although 18-19 shows 613,000, that's what was budgeted. We had to use a little more to have a balanced budget at the end of the year during the year-end cleanup, which was just over $800,000. And we have no fund balance appropriated this year. The board did not approve any. We didn't request any because we don't have any out there to use. So without strong commitment from the support of the Moore County Commissioners, going forward, staff as well as programs and service will most likely have to be cut in 2020-21 based on our needs that we'll see in a future presentation.
Yeah, board members can't underestimate the need for the public to understand this. This was money that was available in 2015-16 that's no longer available. So when we say you keep asking for more money, the only way to address that deficit is you have to cut cost or increase revenue. Is everybody, I want to make sure that everybody understands that. And you couple that with the trend in state dollars relative to increased state mandated costs versus that's exceeding the rate of increased state revenues, means that you're going to have less available at the local level. And then that increased cost per labor unit is increased labor unit cost, but also at the local level. If you have locally funded employees doing the same job as state-funded employees, then 100% of their cost is on the school board. And again, this is the same presentation we've given now for 3 years. And it's not more, it's just the same, it's updated every year.
And I think one of the, and it's, I think it's confusion, even from some of our staff, to where they hear that the state continues to send us more dollars every year. However, on the flip side of that, they're cutting our positions, textbooks, different things. So still, we're having to do less and less and less.
More with less and less.
Yes.
Yeah, more revenue, but
Yes.
it's not increasing at the same rate as
Exactly.
required costs. And that is the one point that I think that is often missed by
Yeah.
those that would criticize us on that.
While we're talking about that, let me give you some facts. Between 2010 and 2018, our state funding increased by $12,775,000, somewhere very close to that. Of that increase, 96% was for employee wages and salaries. And the benefit increase was, over that period of time, was twice as great as the salaries. So if they gave us 96% more for employee salaries and wages, that left 4% for everything else that we get funding from them for. Another statistic, after last year, North Carolina was rated number 46 state as far as per pupil funding goes in the United States. They were rated number 48 out of the 50 states, the percentage of income that the state has that was used on K-12 public education. Those are facts. Astounding.
So Andrew, would you go back to slide number 4, please? So this is what I was referring to with regard to our total revenue coming from the state, and then your footnotes down with regard to where our reductions come in. And that, what Ed was saying, I think spins off really, this is a good illustration, I believe, of what Ed was referring to.
Right, it shows, that we got $14.3 million in additional costs. I think I said 14.1 earlier, but it's 14.3 million in additional costs, but we've only actually received $9.7 million in additional revenues. So it's got to come from somewhere,
Right.
which are cuts to other areas.
And those are state mandated costs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So we don't have a choice.
In
Right.
salaries,
right.
benefits,
Retirements,
retirement,
right,
yep.
right.
Yep.
One other point along that, the number of teachers we have that are not paid by the state, we use local funds to pay for. Not only their salaries, but their benefits. And those are, you know, we can use local funds for other stuff if the state were to do what they should be doing as far as paying our teachers.
Correct, yes, sir.
Slide number 14, Mr. Cox.
All right, so here is the preliminary Moore County school funding. I don't have a whole lot on here. You know, we met with, well, we were at the County Commissioners Budget Workshop or work session that they had on January 15th. Mr. Vest presented that he had projected property tax revenues to increase 2 to 2.5%, which he equated to $1.4 million to $1.7 million of additional revenues. But I want to emphasize that $1.4 to $1.7 million is for the county. It's not for the public school system. So we would get a portion of that, whatever, you know, they chose to allocate to us. He did not, he mentioned for sales tax revenues, they'd collected $4.8 million over 3 months. He was not comfortable giving a revenue projection for sales tax at this point without having another quarter of sales tax revenues to come in. Last year at this time, he provided a funding target for the school system, which was $850,000, which ended up being the additional funding that the school system got. He did not provide a funding target to Moore County schools at this point for any additional revenues that he's anticipated that we may get for the 2020-21 school year. And this last slide, well, next to last slide, it just talks about the historical per pupil funding over the last 3 years by state, federal, and local rank. In 2018-19, Moore County Schools ranked 108th out of 115 school districts in per pupil expenditures or funding from the state. Federal, we were 96 out of 115 school districts. Local, we're much higher. The local does contribute a significant amount to us. We were at 32. We were ranked 32 out of 115. But I want to comment that you may hear, or we have heard, that Moore County is one of the 10 wealthiest counties in the state. To get into the top 10 of per pupil funding, up from this 32, would require an additional $1,000 funding per student. So I just want to put that in perspective there. So we're at 95 overall between state, federal, and local funding. We're 95th in per pupil expenditure out of 115 school districts. And that's, again, that's in 18-19. You see the trend. We've stayed about the same. It's fluctuated a little bit, but not significantly, over the last 3 years. And I'm happy to answer any questions related to state and local and federal revenue trend.
Questions? Anyone? Yeah, it's interesting that our state funding has gone up so, but our numbers, we drop even lower in the ratings for the state, which means we're not getting the share we should be getting.
And the system's really designed, for the wealthier counties to pick up more of the expense. So it's not surprising that we're lower, in state funding there at that low number.
And we do appreciate every penny that the
Absolutely,
county does put to
yeah,
us, but
yeah.
it's not going to make up enough difference.
Correct. Yeah.
There is an explanation why there are more dollars, but the costs are not being accommodated with those dollars.
Yes.
The costs exceed those dollars.
I think your two charts earlier, the two circle
Yeah.
graphs,
Pie charts.
were very illustrative, made good sense as to how they're wanting us to do more, but wanting us to do more with so much less. Thank you.
Okay,
And
now.
I see we have a full house.
We
Is that
do, I
about
do
what we need?
believe, Dr. Alpenfels, does it appear as though we have our panelists available?
Waiting on one more, sir.
Okay, so shall we get just one more presentation in with Mr. Cox and then defer to our guests? Okay. So, Mr. Cox, if you would proceed then with item E. Then, Madam Chair, with your permission, we'll insert G ahead of F in order to accommodate our panelists that are with us today.
All right, so here are a few additional factors or additional items that are going to frame the budget discussion for 2021 school year. We'll talk about projected local supplement costs, projected charter school expense, and then we'll talk about, as Dr. Grimacy has previously mentioned, most of you are aware of, the temporary bridge funding from Medicaid and impact aid as well. Our certified staff are on a step scale for supplements. In prior years, part of that scale has been funded out of fund balance, which we have no longer. Doesn't change the total cost of it. We're at $300,000 last year. It was projected just under $300,000. But part of that came from our fund balance, which, as we know, as I mentioned previously in the last presentation, is almost all but exhausted. So now, just wanted to mention that, and now I want to shift to the charter school expense, or the charter school impact. As you know, by law, we're required to give each charter school the same per pupil share as we get from the county. This is a historical trend of that. This year, we're projecting to spend $2.25 million to our charter schools. Increased enrollment next year, we're anticipating that number to go to 2.6, almost $2.7 million of our budget will be going to the charter schools. And some of this information we've shared in previous presentations. Some of it's updated for the next school year. I have two estimate lines there because we're not finished with the 1920 school year, and we do a new calculation each month based on the number of students we're billed for, so that per pupil funding will fluctuate a little bit each month based on the number of students we're billed. But overall, we'll stick with that number until the end of the year, when we'll be able to bring back a final per pupil for 1920. I'm anticipating in 2021 a per pupil share from the county based on, I believe, if they give us $1 million of new money, to be $2,365 for a total cost of 2.6, almost $2.7 million of the local budget going to the charter schools. One thing that we've also talked about is the impact of students going to the charter schools that have never come through the doors of a Moore County school, that came from a home school or a private school, that we're also obligated to pay for because they are eligible to attend Moore County schools, and the state doesn't differentiate. If they were eligible to attend Moore County schools, then the Moore County school system has to pay the charter for that student. So in 1920, we had 555 students out of, I believe it's 983, that never came through the Moore County schools' doors, which is an impact of almost $1.3 million of our total budget for students that have never come through the Moore County schools' door. For those students that had come to Moore County schools that chose to leave to go to the charter schools, that's 428 in the 1920 school year, which is a total cost of just under $1 million that we send to those charter schools as the per pupil share of the money that the county gives us. So just in a different form of chart here, it just illustrates that if Johnny was a Moore County school student, per per pupil expenditure or per pupil share that we get funded for Johnny that stays at Moore County Schools. It's $2,287. We keep that here. We spend locally on our school system. Susie, she was previously in Moore County Schools. She transferred to the charter. County gives us their share. We do our calculation, the per pupil share, that $2,287 came to Moore County Schools, but then we transfer it to the charter. And we had previously, we had used it for Susie, but she has left and now gone to the charter, so it transfers over to the charter. And Timmy, he never attended Moore County Schools. The county gives us the money in their initial pot to Moore County Schools, and we give it to the charter. We never use it or never had access to it for us. So that just illustrates the three different scenarios of a student, one that is in Moore County, stays in Moore County, one who had been to Moore County, transfers to the charter, and one who went to the charter who had never been through Moore County Schools. So what this illustrates is in 1920, we had approximately 980 students for a total cost of $2.25 million. Next year, the estimate's going up to 1,130 students, additional 150 students going to charter schools based on trends, for a total cost of almost $2.7 million. So that difference is $430,000 new impact to our budget for next year. So I'm projecting if we stay the same percentage, about 85 of those will be students from private or home schools that never came to Moore County Schools for additional $240,000. There will be some Moore County School students who leave us, which we're estimating about 65 for a total cost of $190,000. New cost $190,000, and to get to that $430,000 of new cost for the charters that we'll have to pay next year. You know, just something to think about as we develop the budget. What this chart shows you something you haven't seen before. This goes back to a process I talked about in the budget resolution, the second quarter amended budget resolution, the state. How the state gives us money initially for ADM. When charter ADM happens that first month, they had the new and growing charter schools, then they take that money back and redistribute to the charter schools. So what this shows is that in 1920, we had 12,798 students that we got funded on. We estimated that we need 2 additional local teachers to maintain the class size reduction. Well, we actually got funding on 12,855 students, but with the charter reduction, we should have asked for 5 additional students because we didn't know how many were going to leave, and done like the state does is take that money for us, then when we know how many ADM, what the ADM is, then we'll have that money to give over to the charter schools. Because when we're only factor in what we have, there's a cost that we have to get to the charter schools that we're losing on a year-to-year basis. So an example, just a different way to explain it. I don't have it on the slide here, but a different way to explain it. Moore County Schools has 50 students. We're just going to say the district has 50 students in total in year 1. Year 2, 50 students leave Moore County Schools and go to charter schools. However, because we have a growing ADM, which I illustrated previously, we got 50 new students that come in. So now Moore County Schools has 50 students. The charter school has 50 students. The first year, the county gave us $1 million for those 50 students. So we had $20,000 per student to educate our students. Year 2, now we've got 100 students. That per pupil cost is now $10,000 per student. So we've got to take, and they still only give us $1 million. So now we've got to take $500,000 and give to the charter schools because that's a per pupil share, which by law we have to give, that we're not complaining about. We do exactly as the law says. But what I want you to understand is now we still have 50 students to educate, and we only have $500,000 to educate them with. Where last year we had $1 million to educate them with.
Because we have new students.
Because we have new students.
That come in.
Now, if we had a declining ADM, it makes sense because you don't have those students educate. But we still have those students educate, and we're losing money, or if you want to say it that way, we're having to educate more kids with less money because of the charter reduction there. So it's just a different way to explain how the pass through the charters work.
And what happens if the Susie scenario that you mentioned goes to charter? Okay, and what happens if Susie comes back?
So the next year we'll keep that funding for her.
Okay, so it's just for that year?
Right.
But if she comes back in the same year, do we get money back?
So how we send the money to the charter school, we do it on a monthly basis.
Right.
So we'd only pay for the months that she goes before she comes back.
Got it.
But for the state funding piece, it's gone for that year, and then we'll catch back up the following year because we're 1 year delayed with the state funding.
And is it safe to say if we had a charter school account, we really wouldn't be in this predicament?
Yes, because it wouldn't have to flow through to us. It would be a separate account out there that would be going directly to this charter school based on the per pupil amount that the county gave us.
So the 555 students would be recognized because it's a separate account?
Yes.
And the only thing that would do is create transparency. It would not change, it would not deprive the charters of any money. If anything, it would increase the amount per pupil, and the charters would get more money if that were the case.
Right.
So again, we've had some critics. Whenever we do these presentations, usually within a week or two, there's the predictable 1 or 2 letters to the editor that say that somehow we've got some motivation to injure the charter schools. That's absolutely cannot be any closer to the truth. The truth is this is a way of tracking the true cost of educating the charter school children. If 50 of our children leave and go to the charters are going to need a net gain of 2 teachers. That's real cost. Somebody's got to cover that cost. And so if that money comes out of a flat amount that we get from the county, and that flat amount does not accommodate those charter school costs, then that means we are depriving funds from the public school, or the traditional schools, to give to the charters, and both end up losing because the amount per pupil is less. So the only thing we're asking is that if there's an amount for us, that amount for the charters would be over and above that, and that we're not having to make that choice. And I, unfortunately, have tried the best I can to try to explain that. And this is basically the same presentation we've given for 4 years. We just keep trying different ways of explaining the same thing and try to see if we can't get some consensus. And to date, that's been very difficult. That said, prior to 2018-19, we had a healthy fund balance, and by the time I arrived, we'd been using the fund balance to accommodate this increased cost every year. Once that fund balance goes away, that revenue source is gone, and this has become an issue because that cost continues to go up and there is no supplemental revenue to cover it. It's that simple, and we still don't have it. And so we may never get it, but we're going to make sure the public record includes this information every year, because when people say, you're getting more money, why can't you cover? This is one of the reasons why. This is another cost that's exceeding the revenue that we're getting. And it is depriving us of, this and other factors are contributing to the increased pupil-teacher ratios in grades 4 through 12. And it is one of the reasons why we cannot afford to implement a classified salary scale that gets all of our classified employees up to at least subsistence wage.
Exactly.
And it's also one of the reasons why we're dependent on our Medicaid reimbursements to maintain the number of nurses. Once that runs out, we will have to either cut costs or find some additional sustainable revenues. So that hasn't changed, and until somebody proves to me that that's inaccurate, which nobody's done, then we're going to continue to put those facts on the table every year. And so unless board members have any discomfort, I believe this forms the context of what's to come. Board members, if we could, I'm going to have Mr. Cox continue to brief you on the other factors so we can get to our panelists.
And as good segue into the Medicaid and bridge funding. Here just shows that we've got 2 psychologists, 5 school nurses, and a school resource officer paid from our bridge funding, which is Medicaid, which covers everything except the school resource officer, which is covered from Impact Aid, which is funding designed for military families. So here's a running total of our fund balance for federal impact aid and federal Medicaid reimbursements over the years. Just want to emphasize over on federal Medicaid, the negative $471,000, that's after the money we get in from Medicaid, that's including expenses. So we were in the hole almost $500,000 over revenues last year. Revenues fluctuate. Last year we had about $315,000 in revenue from Medicaid. Prior year we had about $700,000.
And that is because we took the expense of 5 nurses.
Yes.
And I believe it was a counselor and 2 social workers, or the other way around.
2 psychologists, social workers, counselor positions, 5 nurses.
And we shifted that from local expense to the Medicaid fund balance. And so what that meant was that the expenses now applied to that line are exceeding the reimbursements by that amount. And we'll see what the effect of that's going to be over the next 2 years.
Yes.
Keep going.
So, and just want to highlight, in that $1.3 million for federal Medicaid, there's 3 different sources of Medicaid funding, but some of them have to be used specific to EC, because EC is the one who typically generates this Medicaid funding, but there is some that we're able to use for other sources. So just want to highlight that of that $1.3 million, part of that I know is for EC, that has to be spent on EC, that is not available for counselors or nurses. So just want to highlight that. So that's why here you see on this chart, fund balance of 6/30/2019 is 1.174 as opposed to 1.3. That excludes that money that we can't spend on these counselors unless they were specific to EC.
And we've not made that clear in the past, so that's a
Right.
that's a new twist for some of you all that have seen these numbers before.
So here you see we're projecting revenues of $500,000. As I said, it fluctuates from year to year. Expenses, the normal costs that we have there, plus the 5 nurses, the additional counselor, is almost $1.1 million in 1920. So we're essentially eating into our fund balance $580,000 this year, which will put us at June 30th, 2020, about $594,000 in fund balance. When you add on the new revenue in 2021 of another $500,000, with an expense of $1.1 million with increased salaries, we take another hit of $635,000, which ultimately puts us completely exhausted for federal Medicaid reimbursement by the end of the 2020-2021 school year. So we would no longer have any bridge funding for these nurses, counselor, psychologist positions that we moved over. So we'd have to move them back to local or cut those positions.
Or some other positions.
Or some other position.
Something's got to go.
That bridge funding will no longer be there.
If we remain where we are.
Yes, yes. Here's just the impact aid revenues and expenses. We only have the school resource officer there as bridge. Only estimating $291,000 in expense this year. Fund balance $829,000, so we're not using as much fund balance here. We're actually slowly increasing, not significantly, but slowly increasing. So our fund balance on June 30th, the 2022 year, will be $882,780. Again, just want to emphasize that the funding streams are unpredictable. We'll be out of Medicaid money at the end of next school year, and we'll have to do something with these bridge-funded positions. Happy to answer any questions you have related to those additional factors that frame the budget for next school year.
If I could add about impact aid
Yes, sir.
funding. Once we established the Office of the Military Liaison and Rollie Sampson assumed that position, we're all very well aware of the work that Rolly has done to grow the amount of impact aid we receive every year. But we also know there's a ceiling on that. At some point, we're going to max out on what we're able to accomplish with that. And we're very grateful to our military-connected community for supporting us with that. But we know that's going to max out. So in this case, expense is trailing growing revenue. This is a rare case where that's happening, but that's not a trend that's sustainable. That's going to stop at some point. So we have added expense as that revenue has grown, but we've always attempted to reinvest that money back into our military-connected families. So those schools with the highest percentages of military-connected children are the ones that have the highest level of funding from impact aid, and those costs are articulated here. But by no means can I promise that the rather positive trend that you see here is going to continue beyond 21, 22. There's only so much that we can ask from our parents that are participating. They've done a fantastic job, and Ms. Sampson has done a great job of connecting with them. Our principals and our staffs have worked really hard, and I'm very gratified with that. But please understand that there is a limit. Once we get to a certain limit on what we can achieve here, this is going to balance out. So we got to be real careful that we be mindful of how many expenses we put against that. Otherwise, we're going to be in the same position we are with Medicaid reimbursements. Anything else, Mr. Cox?
Yep, happy to answer any questions.
Madam Chair?
I think we have a full house now.
Yes, we do. At this time, Dr. Metcalf, do we need to do a transition here? Is there going to need 5 minutes just to transition the table and
All right.
set it up for multiple panelists?
If anyone needs to stretch, now's a good time.
Come back at 5 till?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Mike Metcalf to introduce our process. Dr. Metcalf.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. As you know, Dr. Grimacy meets with a number of advisory groups on a monthly basis. The advisory groups serve to consult with him, provide suggestions, provide input, advise him on a number of different things. And when they learned that the board would be working on their legislative priorities, the advisory groups asked if they could come and speak directly to the board, and we wanted to provide them this opportunity. We have three groups that will be speaking today. One is our Teacher Advisory Council, members from our Teacher Advisory Council. We'll also have members from our Support Staff Advisory Council. And then Sean Konsicki will come in, and he represents obviously our Principal of the Year, but also he represents the Principal Consulting Group that also provides advice to the superintendent. I think the way we'll work this is the TAC, the Teacher Advisory Council, has three different groups that would like to come up and speak with you. And so I think we'll start with Meg DeMollet and her group first, and then we'll just kind of rotate them in throughout the presentation. At the end, feel free to ask any questions that you might of the entire group.
So are they all coming forward so we can see who they are?
They will come forward as their piece comes up, if you will, and we'll just kind of rotate and be as smooth as we possibly can.
We also, in the audience, we have supporters. Not everybody's presenting who's here, and
They
so
will
we
be
have our
recognized as
presenters
well.
and then supporters.
Absolutely.
That's what you meant, right?
I turn things over to Ms. DeMollet, and you've got control of the thing.
This is so great. This feels powerful. I have to tell you, teachers are very, very flexible. And when I came in, I was coming in to be that support, yay, cheerleader person. And when I sat next to Mike, he then said, "Oh, you're going to be presenting." We had a little change of plan.
Quick on our feet.
We're very quick on our feet, and that's what teachers do. We're- Well, I mentioned it earlier. No, just kidding. I'm Meg DeMollet, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Pinehurst Elementary School. This is my 29th year of teaching. I'm the mother of a middle school teacher. This is his 8th year, and I'm the grandmother of 2 Moore County students. So this is very personal to me. This has been my life for a long time, and I think it's going to be my life for many years in the future. So when I look at the class sizes, and I get so excited, Mike, dear, I get so excited when I see that some of the class sizes are coming down. It makes us feel really happy. In the lower grades, it's a wonderful thing to have smaller groups. We've had sizes that have been really large in the past, and it is coming down, and it's coming in the right direction. Where our joy is that we get to reduce the class sizes as the years, in the next few years, it does come at an expense, and it comes at an expense of my peers. Some of the teachers in the older grades, as we are reducing our class size, say I have 22, and then I get a 23rd student, we then have to shuffle things around. So that means out of all the little people that we have in our kindergarten classes, we're then going to shuffle them around and gain a new teacher. That new teacher that we gain is going to be one of our peers in the upper grades, which then shuffles all of those students around and increases their class size. In a time when we're trying to really establish strong relationships with our kids, this is going in the wrong direction with some of our older elementary, middle, and high school kids. There is a slide coming up that is talking about some of our class sizes in those middle grades. We are steadily increasing. Imagine if there were 30, 35 of you that would all have to get together in a 90-minute block and tackle some really important information, try to figure it all out, and then come up with a plan. Our students are coming into those classrooms. It's very full. You're trying to do interactive, fun, project-type learning, and it's tough. You could literally go through days and wonder, did I have that opportunity to talk to this child? How long has it been since I talked to that child? We need to make those connections, especially in the middle and high schools. That's their reason. That's often their reason why they come. We're looking at some kind of startling numbers there. Imagine if you're teaching an 8th grade science class and you have 36 people in that class. And you want to do those interactive things, but you're balancing behavior, different needs, and just sheer volume of kids. It could go very easily that you would not have an opportunity to really know the students in your room when they're only in there for those 90 days. So our joy that we're reducing it does come at a very important cost to our older grades. We're hoping that it doesn't come at that the 4th, 5th, 6th, and older grade levels. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask me? And I'm going to do my very best to answer them.
If we had the legislators give us a little flexibility with, instead of the 18, to say 18 to 20 in a kindergarten class, could that be of help to you in your school?
I think if in years past we've been able to have that conversation that, you know, if it's December, if it's April, we would never want to disrupt our kids and shuffle them around. We would want to have some sort of waiver. And I think that we have to have that flexibility. There are lots of little people, and numbers are great. Like, I was blown away by looking at all the numbers that were up there. We have to think people, and there's so many families that would be disrupted like that. So if we have flexibility and we can work it out, because sometimes we can, within our school, rearrange our schedule some that we get that additional support without moving all of those kids.
I think sometimes you find when, even if it's in January, you know, a new teacher could come along and so now you have a new teacher, and this new teacher has 18 little kindergartners. So now you're dealing with two dynamics as well. So, I mean, I think it's hard all around, even on the teacher and the students, even if it's just kindergarten.
Well, and if we don't get to hire a new teacher, I mean, if we're actually taking from another grade level, you just think of how that ripples. It ripples in our grade level, it ripples in the other grade level too, and everybody's affected.
Yeah.
What do you see as an optimal class size for a 4th or 5th grade?
My peers will probably, Meg, please say the right answer. I think when you get anywhere near that 30, it's brutal. You know, that mid-20s.
25.
You've got to be able to move around.
25 max.
Yeah, you've got to be able to move around in that classroom. You've got to have opportunity to talk.
Having taught in the upper elementaries, I would recommend closer to 20 to 22. That would be wonderful. 25 max. In the high school, I'm thinking of the English teachers, the biology teacher, to have 30, 35, 40 in a classroom to grade those papers, and in AP classes, that's suicide or close to it.
Well, yeah, imagine per pupil, per test, per project, the amount of time that it would take to do it, and to really give them that opportunity to shine.
Thank you. The Teacher Advisory Council had 3 areas that they wanted to talk with you about. The first was class size reduction, K-12, as Meg and Ms. Sharon have noted. The second group is going to come up here, and they're going to talk about the need for student support personnel, and that really dovetails with what Seth and Lucinda said earlier today.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Starting. Okay, good afternoon, I'm Nikki Bauer. I'm another kindergarten teacher. We're surrounded by kindergarten teachers. I teach in Southern Pines at the primary school, and we looked at the priority of student support personnel. And we had a great group of people that looked at a lot of really interesting things when it comes to especially technology and the effects of the mental health of our students. But when we started, we were given a ratio, this ratio, from the racial recommendations of support personnel from the National Association of School Psychologists. And we compared these recommendations to the Moore County Schools' current ratios. And the two that really stood out to me as a classroom teacher was the school social worker and the school counselor. And the reason those stood out is because we see the effect of these shortages in our classroom often, and because of this, the instruction that we provide our students is impacted. I've been teaching a lot of years, like Meg, and each year I've noticed students are coming into us with more and more social emotional needs that we didn't have years ago. And these students really would benefit from those mental health professionals that are trained to work with those kids. And last year, for example, and the reason the two social worker and the school counselor stood out for me, last year, for example, I had 2 students in my classroom that had severe behavioral issues. And when I mean severe, it was hitting, kicking, throwing things, spitting, pushing things. It was several incidences throughout a given week in our classroom. And every time that happened, I, as the classroom teacher, had to get them back under control and into learning again. And while I was doing that, the rest of my students didn't get instruction. And there were times when I could call the social worker or the guidance counselor, but a lot of times they're busy doing things or they're off campus and they just weren't available. So it fell back on the teachers, on me, to help these kids learn, and as well as help the rest of my students learn. So I think to provide the best instruction possible for all our students, we as teachers need to rely on these mental health professionals, but with the current shortages, there just aren't enough to go around. So, and Karen is going to talk now.
I'm Karen Greco, and I'm an EC teacher. I work at Carthage Elementary School, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about the need for mental health assistance in the schools. I deal on a regular basis with student referrals and reevaluations, so I work closely with a school psychologist, and we're lucky to be able to have a psychologist at our school 3 days a week. She's wonderful. But mostly the time that she is at school, she is testing kids. She's meeting to report the results of those tests. That's pretty much her job. Now, she has a degree, and sometimes some of the psychologists have their masters. And in these past couple of years, I've seen so many children that come in with that need for somebody to talk to. They come from homes where there's minimum divorce, their parents are in jail, you know, they see their siblings arrested for narcotics, and little kids, kindergartners, first graders, and that, they do not understand what's going on. They just know there is upset in the home, and we ask them to come in. A lot of times the parents don't even have time or resources or the money to see that these kids get some help. So it's really becoming the responsibility, and this is all over this country lately, to the school has a responsibility to see to it that these kids get the care that they need. So when these students come in and they have these personal crises and they focus all their energy on wondering why these things are going on at home, you know, we ask those little kindergartners to come in, and we want them to concentrate on writing their names and, you know, learning how to read, and these kids aren't ready for it, and they don't even have the time the ability to think about that at that time. And as they get a little bit older, they come to school, and they still aren't able to figure out what's going on. So, you know, they have to sit down, and they are given this standardized curriculum and asked to take EOGs, and it's just really difficult for them. Personally, I teach a little boy who, I've had him for a couple of years. He's a first grader. And he's been in tears, especially last year, a number of times because his mommy, he just doesn't understand why his mommy's in jail. His grandfather and grandmother are legal guardians to him, and he just doesn't understand why his mommy isn't going to be home for his birthday. And it breaks my heart for this little boy. He's adorable. So I started thinking about the psychologists and how they're an additional resource that we have available at our schools, but yet they're spending all their time evaluating students, testing, and reporting the results. And it would just be great if we had a few more psychologists. As I don't know if you remember seeing the ratio, but it is not what it should be compared to the rest of the nation in Moore County. So, you know, I think that would help a great deal in the schools, just a few more, so that maybe they could add one more day to their schedule and do some social groups or counseling for those kids.
So Karen, is it?
Karen Greco.
Just a real quick question. For students such as the child that you mentioned, and Nikki, the one that you mentioned, where you have to intervene, some type of way you have to intervene with these children. So do you do a referral to the psychologist or the social worker, and then they have to get on a list to where whenever they're available, they come?
Normally, I would refer a student with that kind of issue to the counselor, depending on the situation.
Right, and because we do have a shortage, they would put the student on a list, and then they would get to them at some point.
Right.
In an ideal situation, how long, you've referred the child, how long does it take to get them placed?
With the counselor, I'm really not sure.
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
That would be a Dr. Powers and
Okay,
Ms. Dedman
okay.
question.
And I'm Diana Cagle. I'm at CLC Pickney. And I'll piggyback off her just a little bit. You know, when we have a student, and we have many students at Pickney that we see that have some mental health issues. And when a child with a mental health issue breaks down, it takes multiple staff members to calm the situation for safety of that child, but for the safety of the school. So you now have the principal dealing with it, the counselor dealing with it, the social worker dealing with maybe the SRR, and then that leaves the teachers. You know, we joke that we wear many hats, but what expense is it that because we wear many hats is our students suffering? You know, because now they are dealing with an issue that is taking hours to deal with it sometimes. And sometimes it takes them off campus, and now I'm a math teacher at Pickney, and I'm having to stop my math class because I'm actually having to deal with some other things, because I cannot send a student to a counselor, or I cannot send a student somewhere else because they're dealing with something else. So, you know, it's a big joke that teachers wear lots of hats, and it's, you know, sometimes it's a compliment. We wear a lot of hats, but what expense of the other students, their academics, are because we have such a shortage, and we're having to wear so many hats. Also, I'm here to talk about the school nurse. We have a school nurse 1 day a week at Pickney, and because we have a school nurse 1 day a week, bless her heart, she's wonderful. But when she comes to Pickney, we have such a transient population. She's pulling the new kids that she hasn't seen before. She's also kind of tying up from what she left last week, trying to follow up with doctors and dentists and things. So she doesn't really get to actually see new students and actually do, like, I feel like what a school nurse should do. And that also leads, because she's only there once a week, our poor data manager has to make sure she is responsible for all the medicine. And then if the data manager is out, that leaves our school counselor to do it. So everybody's having to constantly fill in for someone. And that means that now the counselor cannot do her job, and the people that are waiting to see, you know, so it just is always a ripple effect because someone's having to fill in when we've got such a shortage. It causes such a ripple effect that everyone is having to fill in. And we've also, on many occasions, our school counselors had to go to the hospital in an ambulance with a student. So there she is off campus. I mean, it can just keep going. The need for student support is huge, especially with mental health rising. I mean, that is such a big topic, something that really needs a lot of focus, and try to get some of those numbers down. I know we might not ever make it to the recommended ratio, but at least fill in those gaps just a little bit.
Goodness, even with the recommended ratio,
Right.
they'll still be overworked.
Exactly.
There won't be
Yes.
enough to go around.
Thank you. My name is Jade Riley, and I'm another kindergarten teacher. I am at Aberdeen Primary, and I kind of wanted to wrap it up with a positive story of how all of these people in these roles have really helped me this year. I'm going to try not to cry because I've been knowing all day it was going to come out. I have a little girl in my class this year who we have gone through the whole MTSS process, which I love and I believe with my whole heart and soul in this process. She has hearing issues, vision issues, very difficult home life, DSS reports, huge. While I'm in the classroom trying to do my math, reading, and behavior, all three interventions for her during the school day, I have been able to utilize my whole support staff to do some of those extra things so I could focus on my standards and my interventions in all three of those areas to grow this sweet little girl. Things like the glasses are broken and mom has no gas money, so we're giving gas money so she can go and take care of that, or getting medical records so we can see if she really did go and get the hearing taken care of over the summer. The guidance counselor, anything we need, helping her, the little girl, ease through these traumatic things happening at the house. My assistant principal chasing the car because she's tardy almost every day. When they arrive, can we get the signature so that we can go, whatever the things are, it's endless. But because I've had all of this support, I haven't had to do that because my team is so strong. You're probably feeling this too, coming from a school that is emerging. We're a little bit scared because we have double kind of right now at a primary and the elementary school, and I personally feel nervous about that because we don't know exactly what's coming yet next year. People like my guidance counselor, we do have full-time, but social worker and nurse, that already is part-time, and I just think I'm so lucky, and maybe because I believe in MTSS so much and I'm diligent and I'm bothering them, they gave me what I needed for that process. Brand new teachers who've never done this before, I don't know if they would be as bold and say, like, I need this, help me out. If we had these roles full-time, how many more children would be helped? And like someone else was saying, these are people's lives. This is not just a number that, well, I guess she'll go through MTSS again next year. This is a baby's life, and that is our job to give her the best education she can, regardless of whether she needs extra supports or not. It doesn't matter. She should have the best education as everyone else in that classroom. And luckily, I've had that good support this year. It would be so nice if we had more, and it would make the transition of the schools coming together next year feel so much better if we knew that we had, even if it was just this counselor focused on K2 and this counselor in 3-5 or whatever. We just really think that those roles are very important. So thank you for letting me share something I'm passionate about, and Dr. Grimsey, thank you for letting us have this opportunity.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We'll rotate to the next group. Jessica. The next group is concerned about classified salary support, and I'll turn things over to Jessica.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Simmons, and I'm the band director at New Century Middle School. As stated, we are the group that is going to talk about classified salary. Our first slide asks exactly why do we need a classified salary staff increase. As you know, the state has just a minimum and a maximum for salary, so there's no steps as we normally would get as teachers. This year, no raises were given, even though all state agency employees now make $15 an hour. Our team did some interviewing with local classified staff, and we discovered that they're making anywhere between $11 and $12.50 per hour. So that's obviously not at the rate of regular state employees. Also, over the past 20 years, classified staff pay has increased by 42%, as compared to teacher pay, which has increased by 110%. So we're very concerned that there's no room for growth within classified staff. There's also no consideration for dedication or loyalty. In fact, the people that we interviewed are people that have been employed 10 years, 15 years with Moore County. And when we're talking about hiring new people, they're excited to come to our county, then they hear about the salary and they go elsewhere, and we just can't afford to do that. Secondly, as far as who exactly we are losing, we're losing bus mechanics, teacher assistants, custodians, bus drivers, data managers, and bookkeepers. These are all people that, as you know, are vital to running our schools. We literally could not do that without them. And without them, literally, nothing works. We have some real-life comparisons for you. The first one is a data manager with 18 years experience. In the past 10 years, her pay has increased by $276.67. That's in 10 years. Next, we have a teacher assistant with 15 years experience in Moore County schools. Their pay has increased by $1.78 per hour over 15 years. So that's less than 12 cents a raise per year. And I'm not quite sure how people can live on a salary like that. Conversely, we have a bus mechanic who's recently left our school system to take a job with Moore County, and they have an immediate salary increase of $11,000. Also, an administrative assistant that has left the school system, and they have an immediate salary increase of $12,000. We're also talking about people that, with these salaries, have to have second jobs, often to make ends meet. And that's not what we want these people to do. We need them to be able to focus on the schools, to focus on the children and doing what we need done. Lastly, how many more people can we afford to lose? You all know this. If we need to attract people that are dependable, that are loyal, that are trustworthy, and that are highly qualified. And unfortunately, we're not going to do that at our current salary rate. Without classified staff, like we said before, we can't run our schools effectively or efficiently. And we know that our classified staff deserves more, and our students deserve more than that. On a personal note, I spoke with my mother the other day. We talk every day on the way to school and on the way home from school. That's just us. But she was married to my father in 1958, and she was 18 years old. And her first job was at an elementary school. She was an elementary school secretary. She loved her job. She loved her principal. She loved her school. She loved the kids, the teachers, absolutely loved it. And at the end of the school year, she made the decision with my father to quit that job because she didn't make enough money. And that was in 1958. So I hope that we are considering our classified staff more now in 2020 than we were in 1958. Do you have any questions?
Well, we all know that it's the secretary who really runs the school. Apologies, Mr. Krinsicki, but, you know, when you have that good administrative assistant in the front office, they're the ones who have their finger on the heartbeat. So they are very valuable, as are our bus mechanics and our bus drivers and our cafeteria staff and all those people who truly do help run the school. But bus drivers especially, if we can't get the children to school, then obviously there's no point in teaching. So we do appreciate what you had to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
As we move forward to our Support Staff Advisory Council, I just want to take a moment and ask all the members of the Teacher Advisory Council just to stand up, who are here to support each other and the presenters today. There's a member from every school who meets every month with the superintendent to provide advice to him, and that's a real commitment to come up to the central office and meet with us for an hour and a half and provide guidance and support and counsel, and we thank you very much for your service this year. Thank you. An equally hardworking group is our Support Staff Advisory Council, and if they'll come forward.
Mr. Metcalf, I also want, or Dr. Metcalf, I'm sorry. I also want to say thank you for coming tonight too, because after teaching a long day, you're here, so we do appreciate that as well.
And we will turn things right over to Rick.
Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Grimsey, thank you for allowing us to speak. My name is Rachel Chandler. I am the data manager at Southern Pines Elementary.
My name is Becky Manning. I'm the child nutrition manager at Union Pines High School.
My name is Clayton Burns, and I work for Moore County School Maintenance. I'm the integrated pest manager. I'm in charge of all the pest control in and around our 25 campuses.
Very good. This one? Okay. All right. Obviously, all of these are important, but we're going to center on the employee salary because that's the classified staff salary, because that's where our hearts are right now. This goes back to some data that the previous group spoke about. That's the 110% teacher salary increase. This data comes from the highlights of the North Carolina Public School budget from February 2019. It also shows the 42% increase for classified salary staff, and also that there's been a 56% consumer price index increase over that same time. Clearly, there's a gap. According to the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners 2019 County Map Book, Moore County had a 30% median increase change from 2008 to 2017. $11.81 is the minimum wage to survive for one single adult in Moore County. The average income per capita in Moore County is $49,286. Classified staff come in just over that on the higher end of the scale at $28,080. The percentage of renters in Moore County that pay more than 30% towards their rent is 39%. For your Moore County school and classified staff, it's more like 45%. That's a closer estimate. Classified employees' salaries have obviously not kept up with inflation. We have the same grocery bills, the same child care expenses as everyone else does. The fact is our classified salary staff often qualify for free and reduced lunch. They also can't afford the health insurance to put their families on it, so that becomes another burden that families have to make up for. It's also common for us to have to work additional jobs or have other resources. We're grateful that the teachers got there and the administrators have the attention given to their salaries and they've had the increases. But many of our classified employees earn far less than a living wage and significantly less than the $15 state minimum. And what you're looking at here is a budget. This is an average budget that just shows basics: water, phone, internet, groceries, health insurance. This is an actual Moore County employee's budget. It's mine. I would come in, if I took care of insurance through Moore County, I would come in negative $996 on my budget every month on my take-home. Average rent in Moore County is $1,033 a month. In this particular budget, rent and health together make up 79% of the budget, only leaving 21% to go to other things. Circling back to what the tax spoke about previously about support staff, as I mentioned previously, I'm the data manager at Southern Pines Elementary. I'm also the receptionist, the secretary. I'm also the support staff advisory representative. 2.5 days a week, I'm a nurse, so I give medications, treat students, and also make parent phone calls. I'm also a Purple Star contact. I'm also active aggressor trained, which means that in the first line of defense, if someone enters our building that's not supposed to be there, they send me after them. I'm also CPI trained.
Pause right there for a second.
You can't take the microphone. I haven't even been. All right. I'm also CPI trained and assist children with having behavior issues to keep themselves and other children safe. In other words, I run towards the trouble that we may have. I also work closely with our families and social worker. Southern Pines Elementary shares our nurse, our SRO, and our social worker with 2 to 3 schools a week. Someone has to cover these jobs. I moved here 7 months ago from Nashville with my 3 children who attend Moore County schools. My children qualify for free lunch, and obviously by looking at my budget, I cannot afford the Moore County health insurance. Clearly, I cannot raise a family solely on my Moore County Schools income. I receive a small benefit from my husband who passed away, and that helps me to make ends meet. I also work a part-time job delivering packages for Amazon. Without these other income resources, I would not be able to work for Moore County Schools and raise my family. Let me be clear, I love my job. This is not a complaint about my job duties or responsibilities. I take extra things on with no hesitation. This is in no way a complaint. What I'm asking is that we make a livable wage that we don't have to struggle and sacrifice our family time for, and we ask that you seek the funding that the classified salary proposal was completed for last year.
Please consider that support staff touch the lives of almost every other staff member and student. Our support staff are some of the most knowledgeable and insightful members of the school system. We are often called to service above and beyond our normal duties. We provide extra eyes and ears to our resource officers. We also provide care and help to our students by paying attention to behavioral changes or simply helping a student find a class when they're lost. In the 2018-2019 school year, our child nutrition support staff across 23 cafeterias served in excess of 300,000 breakfast meals and 1 million lunches for an average of approximately 8,000 meals per day. We accomplish these vital and necessary functions while being understaffed and undercompensated. There are 91 full and part-time positions assigned to our now 24 cafeterias. Currently, we are understaffed by 8 positions, 6 of them part-time and 2 full-time. Support staff are the first to arrive daily and often the last to leave. We are also the last to be considered for salary increases. As Rachel mentioned, far too many of our support staff have to work second jobs at night just to make ends meet. I myself have served for the school system for 10 years and also held down a second job the entire time. While we understand that our school system's main function is to educate our students, it should not be forgotten that without our child nutrition staff, bus drivers, maintenance personnel, our teacher assistants, custodial staff, office staff, that the task of educating and ensuring the well-being of our students would be nearly impossible. The support staff deserves to be compensated at a level that will keep up with the rising cost of living. We appreciate your support for this proposal, and thank you.
I've worked for the school system for 8 years, and in that time I've been very fortunate to work with a lot of dedicated and talented individuals, teachers, administrators, and classified staff. I count myself very fortunate to work for Moore County Schools, the people and the organization. However, it's becoming more and more difficult for classified staff to stay in the system at the current lack of funding. When I hear that the starting wage for the state of North Carolina is $15 an hour, and our average salary for the classified staff is $13.50, I just have to ask myself, what's wrong with that picture? We're taking care of the future of Moore County every day. I learned a long time ago that an organization is only as good as its people. Moore County has lost a lot of good people in the recent years because of lack of funding. Being a contractor, I liken the classified staff to a foundation of a building. As long as it's strong, you never think about it, but in actuality, everything is built upon it. The classified staff works behind the scenes, keeping the students warm, cool, the water flowing, transporting the students, feeding the students, keeping the schools clean, and many other functions in the school that provide for a good learning environment. We, the classified staff, often do the jobs that are not very glamorous. Cleaning the throw up in the cafeteria, going to a toilet that's overflowing, answering the alarm calls at 2 o'clock in the morning. And we gladly accept these responsibilities. All we ask is that you support the classified staff in this salary study. I would like to thank Dr. Grimacy for allowing us the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. And I'd like to thank the board for your time and consideration. And I guess we'll try to answer any questions you got.
Well, and we'd like to thank you for what you do. Questions, anyone?
I have a comment. I just think no doubt that we all don't support that, and we've been trying to advocate that for you guys. We just need to make sure that our county commissioners can hear this as well, because I think that's important. I also think going to the state as well is important for them to actually hear real people talk about real situations.
I agree with that 100%.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Take a moment if we can, if there's any members of our Support Staff Advisory Council or support staff members here, if they could stand, we'll quickly recognize them as well, if there's any additional ones here. They're working hard.
Working a second job.
Truly support their service as well, and the work both that they do and their commitment to advise the superintendent on a monthly basis.
And Mike, not only do we appreciate all of them for coming, but for providing us with the information, the statistics, data that they have presented has been extremely helpful.
Well, to tie it all up in a bow, representing the Principals Consulting Group is our own Principal of the Year, Sean Kransicki.
Thank you all. Appreciate the opportunity. So reflecting as I was listening to these important people talk to you all today, I'm the kind of person that navigates the earth, feeling it first and then thinking it. And when Mr. Cox was talking earlier, I was feeling that because on one hand we talk about receiving more money, but I remember 20 years ago working at New Century as a teacher, Dr. Powers was one of the assistant principals, one of three. About 600 kids in the building, 3 assistant principals, a principal, and now I think about Tracy Metcalf over there, scratching and clawing to keep one with 800 whatever students, and so we can dance around. You're getting money, where's it going? But that's about as palpable as it gets. As when I was thinking as an administrator, and as far as what we've been talking about today. The principals also got together in a big room and took all our different opinions and worked together for about an hour and reduced it down to 3, and you'll see a common theme here. The only one that hasn't been touched on at all in terms of communicating with you as much is the school letter grade. And what I'd like to say about that, when we're working with teachers and pushing, we talk about that guy from New Zealand, John Hattie. He talks about effect size, things you can do in your classroom to improve the growth of your children. And the number one by a pretty large margin is teacher effect, self-efficacy, thinking that they can do it, they can make it, having that attitude that we're going to get through this. And I think about the letter grades and the message that sends. My whole career as an educator, when I thought about creating assignments and grading them, it was to drive improvement. And when I think about those letter grades, that just doesn't line up with driving improvement at all. If we modified that to emphasize growth and celebrate the hard work that teachers do despite where the students enter the schoolhouse to start, I think you'd see that self-efficacy as an opportunity and a celebration. And that's at almost no cost to make a small adjustment there. And if we're trying to grow students and improve teacher working conditions, et cetera, I just don't understand why that's not even something we discussed in the last few years. And you can see here there's a common theme among the 3 independent groups as they work through possible legislative priorities. And I just did a simple little color chart here to just emphasize how simple it was. And also when I was listening to the folks talk today, I was thinking about just the last 24 hours as an administrator. Class size reduction. I had a young man in my class today and talked with his father last week. Came military family, came last year, a little behind, kind of a little wide open, little Dennis the Menace in him. And we've been working with him and kind of got his feet on the ground toward the end of last year, put him with the right teacher, nice small 3rd grade classroom. He's still a little Dennis the Menace, but he's at or above grade level across the board. Dad's proud. First half of the year, he's just floating around the schoolhouse with his uniform on. And lately I've noticed him tightening up. And the reason he's tightening up because he's worried about 4th grade because they're going to have 32 kids in that class. And he's trying to advocate for me to keep that teacher with his child in a desperate attempt to have some kind of continuity because he's not seen success with his child the way he sees it this year. So we can talk about grading papers and blah, 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 but the bottom line is that parent is not angry, he's concerned. So tonight, I have no doubt when I go back to school and he picks his kid up at 6 o'clock, he's going to want to talk to me because that's what he's been doing. And he'll dance around that, but that's what he's nervous about. So class size, that's right there. In terms of support personnel, I talked to Dr. Locklear the other day. He kind of grounds me sometimes. We've been doing this a while. And I said, this SRO thing, I was at Pinckney so many years, and that was my partner. Johnny Bruton was my partner. And he treats children like students and children, even when they're making big, giant adult mistakes. And police officers don't have the luxury of that, seeing things that way, with that aperture, with that focus. And I asked him, how am I gonna communicate that? He just looked at me and said, Sandy Hook. Who are we gonna talk to if we reduce something that we know works, that is supported 100% with everybody who's engaged in the SRO style support? If something dangerous happens and the outcome wasn't as safe as it could have been, who's going to look that parent in the eye? Which one of us? Because it's going to be one of us. And say, here's why we couldn't fund that position anymore. So that's that, check. And as far as nurses, just today, my nurse has the flu. We got kids barfing and puking all day. My support staff, every single one of them, I had 4 teachers unfilled sub positions this morning, still at 5:30 in the morning. TAs taught those classes. My office staff managed children, called home. I had one child who is not doing well lately. We're trying to circle the wagons and figure out why. I pull her into my office. She was in there until I came here, and she fell asleep. So I can call, and I have, but a parent takes a phone call from an administrator a lot different than from a counselor. So my counselor calls. So now the counselor has this big, super positive, remarkable conversation with a mom who is not connected with our school yet and turns that into a win instead of another, they're calling my, let's talk about bedtime and what's going on at home instead of the principal's calling, complaining the kid's asleep in his office. So that was the counselor, check. Psychologist, met with her at 9 o'clock to go over an evaluation with her today. She's brand new, sparkling, brilliant, and came in September just ready to go. And all the stuff she's talking about is all in that accomplished and distinguished category. But when she's stretched so thin, she's no longer able to accomplish the things that she was so optimistic about being engaged in this year. And we're back at the grind because she's getting pulled. She said to me directly, if I could keep the schedule that I'm supposed to keep and be at the school the amount of time I'm supposed to be, we could get a lot of this stuff done. The list goes on. That's just the last 24 hours. That's what happened today. That's what happened today. So we all are feeling it. You all are feeling it. I just want to emphasize how important we have to make our public feel it and the commissioners feel it. And I'm here for any questions if you guys have it.
Questions, anyone? I want to know, did you thank the support staff that cleaned up all the throw-up today?
I do a lot of thanking. I do.
I'll bet you do, because I know there's a lot of flu going around out there.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Thank you.
And congratulations on being principal of the year. Yes.
I do want to thank
We
a
know why.
couple of people before we go. Dr. Appenfels, Mr. Cox, Dr. Steph Powers back there. They all provided great support to these groups. Appreciate Dr. Grimacy allowing the groups to come and appreciate your consideration of their voice as you work on your legislative priorities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see some principals too, or were they in part of it, or are they just here to
Principals
support?
can stand to support Sean as well. We should recognize them. They work very hard as well.
And just a comment, this just emphasizes our need not only at our legislative level, but as we begin to talk about budget and trying to come up with a budget that we're gonna present this year, you know, we can pick and choose on, but we need to continue to think about our needs. You know, to me, that's the bottom line. What are our needs? And so,
And as
I
Stacy
know I'm
pointed,
sort of preaching to the choir up here, but.
as Stacy pointed out, we need you to come and tell your stories to the commissioners too when we present the budget, because they hear from us and they always say we're asking for more money, but we know that it's needed. And we can ask, and sometimes they turn a deaf ear to us, but when you're there, because you're doing the day-to-day work and the day-to-day job, they hear from you more because they haven't heard from you before. So that always helps.
And just because, Sean, you had your day, because everyone as a team came together and did it, right, doesn't make it okay. We're still missing people that could help, so.
And Dr. Grimacy, thank you for
Yeah, that was great.
just allowing this to be inserted into
Continue that,
our session
Yes, ma'am.
today.
Yes, ma'am. I can't emphasize enough, this happens all the time. You saw these folks today, but on a monthly basis, we rely heavily on our advisors for any number of issues, whether it's the calendar, the budget, issues that are bothering them on a day-to-day basis, trying to problem solve. I mean, this is our culture. It's one of the reasons why our teacher advisory, teacher working conditions survey composite outcomes have increased so dramatically over these last 6 years. But these individuals, we just shared your legislative priorities with them back, I think it was even before Christmas, Mike. Very quickly, they were very engaged. They noticed very quickly that there was no reference in your legislative priorities to classified salaries on the state level. Very quickly jumped on that. And so a lot of energy came out of that, a lot of creativity and passion came out of that, and so it was an easy sell. When it sort of emerged as a possibility, I said, we can't do this at every meeting.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
certainly, I thought this one was important enough.
Well, a number of data information was given. Is there any way we can have a resource?
Actually, you have it. The North Carolina Association of County Commissioners, I've already forwarded that
Oh, okay.
previously. We can resend that.
Okay.
Other than that, a lot of it came from their own personal testimonies. A couple of slides came from a presentation you just had a little while ago. So if you just refer back to the presentation, and then if you need us to repeat anything, we'll do that.
So Dr. Brown and Mr. Dennison, as you spend your time in Raleigh? And Ms. Wallen-Miller too, yes.
I've been doing it for years, so.
Keep it up, keep it up.
Your school board calendar calls for you to, for the legislative liaisons to bring the proposed legislative priorities to your March work session. And I would humbly ask that you would consider what you heard today as you do that. And in particular, the omission of advocacy on behalf of classified salaries. That is in last year's priorities, and I would ask that you would give serious consideration to that as you bring it forward next month.
And I'm going to suggest we simply take a stand-up and stretch break
Yes.
and allow all these hardworking folks to go on home. So thank you very much.
Or to their second job.
Oh, yeah, or to your second job.
I will
get
invite Mr. Cox to offer presentation on item F, which is the last item that the staff has to present today. And Mr. Cox, take it away.
All right, thank you, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, members of the board. We've done an evaluation of budget priorities and we're requesting feedback through this presentation. We'll bring back the superintendent's proposed budget on March 2nd. There'll be a public hearing on the budget on March 9th, and then the school board will take action on their budget on April 13th, which is outlined in the calendar that you approved earlier. We just want to highlight that. So much of what you're going to see now is based on staff feedback, conversations with staff, Dr. Grimacy, about budget priorities for the 2020-2021 school year, and are soliciting feedback from the board as we develop the superintendent's budget.
That's correct. And we want to emphasize, this is not the budget presentation. What you're going to hear today greatly dwarfs what we can put into a budget. But this is the monetary expression of your vision and your mission and your core beliefs. If in fact we were true to our vision, our mission, and our core beliefs, we would have a school district that would provide the resources that are articulated in these priorities. But that's where reality confronts vision, mission, and core beliefs. And so the budget will be a closer view of what that compromise is between reality and what our vision and mission and core beliefs are. So with no further ado, and the hour getting late and people getting very tired, Mr. Cox, I put it in your good hands.
And with that, I won't read each one of these,
Thank you.
but here you have a vision of the school district, you have the mission of the school district, and you have the core beliefs of the school district. And as Dr. Grimacy said, these are, he said the monetary expression, here are the dollar values tied to those mission, vision, and beliefs. We broke them down in domains based on the strategic plan here. And like I said, I won't go through each line item, but I'll highlight a few things. A lot of things in domain 1, you've already heard about the additional teachers for class size reduction. Talked about the additional teachers, lower class size in grades 4 through 12. Public feedback and student reassignment was talking about adding orchestra in the Northmore area. So we've got that included. Restore diffs to the district. Increase IT support for operations to support the additional tech that's in the district, and then also media tech there for a total of $1.2 million in domain 1.
I have a quick question. With the establish and sustain annual support for STEM learning, I know that's in 21-22, but is that part of, in lieu of the grants that we were getting, or?
No, ma'am, that is that would be the true cost of STEM-related resources and materials.
Okay. Resource and material, okay,
that
that's what I
Mr.
wanted.
Johnson has identified above and beyond what we've been able to afford with grants that would sustain the grant funding.
Okay, thank you.
Make it not dependent on these arbitrary grants.
Good, thank you.
And I'll say, you know, we'd like to do all these this year, but we know it's not practical, so we've tried to do a 5-year plan to allocate it out as best we can.
I have a
5-year plan is consistent with what we've done now for the past 4
correct.
years. So.
Yeah.
I have a question about the 6 teachers for K-3 CSR compliance. That's mandated by the state, is that correct?
That is correct. The
How-
class size requirement or class size reduction is mandated by the state.
Aren't there some legal requirements for funding to be provided by that?
Provided for the.
No, wait,
Yeah, for that.
there's a specific answer, and again, it's getting late, so we want to get right to the point. Mr. Weevil, you remember Dr. Locklear's presentation last week where he spoke to this issue. In order to be completely compliant with the next step in the phase-in of class size reduction, we need how many teachers to be compliant?
We need, that's the 2 teachers plus 4,
How many total teachers, state and locally funded teachers, do we need?
13. We need 13 total teachers. 7 will be provided by the state. We have to cover the 6 additional some other way.
With local funding?
Local
Local
funding.
funding.
Local funding.
Yes.
Right. And Mr. Weaver, just to remind you, the state funds on the assumption that all of our elementary children are in a single building and can be organized in uniform numbers. They give no accommodation to the distribution of children in, say, 12 or 13 different elementary schools of variable sizes. And so when you look at High Falls, Westmore, and Cameron versus the McDeeds Creek, the new Southern Pines, Aberdeen, and Pinehurst elementary schools with 800 students in it, obviously the distribution of children in a larger school is going to be more efficient than a smaller school. That's the reason for the differentiation. Because of that, we are obligated to find a way to cover the cost, we estimate, of 6 teachers in local funding to stay compliant with the state law. Increased state expense exceeding increased state revenue. That is why more dollars isn't enough, okay? Our costs are exceeding our revenues.
Make it real simple, John. If we had all those kids in one school, we'd come pretty close to, we'd have enough.
Yeah, we wouldn't need 13.
Right,
We would
right.
need, we would
If
need
they were all in
7. We
one
would
school-
need 7.
And that would be true for 4 through 12 too.
If they were all under one roof, we'd need 7. But because they're distributed the way they are, we estimate that at this point, we're projecting we need 13. 6 of which will be additional locally funded teachers. In the absence of additional local funding, then those FTE positions will be pulled out of grades 4 through 12 and moved into K through 3.
So moving on to domain 2, unless there are other questions on domain 1. For student safety, health, and welfare, you heard about the counselor, psychologist, social workers earlier. We've got those 1 year out, obviously. We'd like to have them next year. But we know our bridge funding and Fund 8 is going to run out next year. So we're requesting part of it going forward so we can go ahead and move some on and then move on the additional half the following year. So we're not having to request one lump sum, a big lump sum at one time. So that's our bridge funding for domain 2. Any questions there?
Mr. Cox, I appreciate the fact that we're looking ahead and so we're not requesting another social worker or another psychologist or whatever for next year. But it really concerns me that we are having to push it on down the road because we seem to do that routinely and then we never take a step forward.
Correct.
So it's really concerning to see all those $0 requests in those particular categories when we know how incredibly important they are.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I want to thank you and also invite the board, Mr. Weaver in particular, go back and look at this presentation for the last 3 years.
Been the
We're not
same.
asking for more, we're asking for the same. And all we do is keep pushing it back. And that
That's
is
right.
not only in operations, but also in capital.
Thank you.
So in domain 3, employee culture and capacity, as you know, state mandates, if they pass a budget, salary increases and benefit rate increases. This is an election year, and if you look back over history, salary increases have been more in what's typically the second year of the biennium during that election year. We know nothing has passed this year, so we built our priorities based on anticipated 6% increase for certified staff and a 2% increase for classified staff, which is the $660,000 there. We put in the classified salary study. So the classified salary is there at $850,000. I mentioned to you previously the salary supplements for local certified staff at $300,000 there. And then additional support for operations and human resources there. So domain 3, a total of $1.9 million.
Now, this is a position we created this past year, recognizing that Mr. Barath was plenty busy with construction with 4 and 5 schools. We recognize a study that was done back in 2014, which showed that we needed additional administrative support in human resources. Dr. Dale Bowie's position as Director of Operations is intended to assist Mr. Barath temporarily for this year and next year with a shift of his position into HR in order to accommodate that need that was identified by consultants 5 years ago. So again, this position has been in every presentation we've made ever since. The only thing we did was repurpose it for our current need for construction and then to maintain it. Currently, that money is not built into the budget. It's not reoccurring. It's coming from what's left of our fund balance. And so we do need to cover that. I also want to emphasize that on line 1, it says state salary increase, but this is the funding that's needed for the locally funded positions to sustain the state salary increase for the locally
paid
funded
employees. Yes,
positions.
thank
Just
you
make
for
sure that
pointing
there's
that
no
out. Yes,
confusion on
yes,
it.
yes, thank you for that. So in domain 4, parent and community engagement, we pushed out the digital information specialists and stipends to school-based webmasters 1 year, so we have no request into that built in right now into discussions. But again, take feedback from the board on their priorities as we build the budget. Domain 5, organizational capacity and efficiency. Here is where our charter conversation comes back in. See the $240,000 for the non-Moore County students, the $190,000 for the students who have come through Moore County schools. And then the state has mandated a school business system modernization that's going to impact all school districts. And the cost to the district next year, which is mandated, is going to be $50,000. So in organizational capacity and efficiency, right now, we're estimating $480,000 impact there. So here, this table sums each domain up to the total amount for the budget priorities. So with all domains, it's almost almost $4 million, $3,837,500, or a 12.3% increase over this current year's budget, the amount of funding that the county gave us, which was $31,089,133. And then you see also in this chart, future years out, it's a much less, smaller increase that we've got built into priorities. And we know priorities change. That's our 5-year plan right now.
And I would challenge the board as you consider the budget that the superintendent will bring to you in March. If you look at $3,837,500, I'll remind you that last year the increase in local funding that you received was about $850,000. So that means that we would be $3 million short of what this identified need is here today. If Mr. Cox and I were to use last year's increase in local funding as our guide, then we would limit ourselves to $850,000, and we would have to reduce by $3 million the items that we've just identified as priority needs. Does everybody understand that? So we'll be looking for some feedback from you from individual briefing sessions in the coming weeks and seeking your input, but that'll be the task that's before Mr. Cox and I before we come in March.
So here's just a breakdown of the increase, or how we came to the increase for the state salary and benefits for the locally paid teachers to equal what the state provides for our state paid teachers. Again, you come up to that $660,000 that was in the previous slide. So now I want to focus on what fixed cost items are going to be for next year. Things that have to be done, whether they're mandated by law or some other fashion. We need the 6 teachers to meet the 13 new teachers with class size reduction at $420,000. We're going to have $430,000 for the charter schools. You're going to have, if it is at 6% and 2%, which we're budgeting on or planning to budget on, $660,000 for the state salary benefit increases for our locally paid teachers to match the state. We've got local salary supplements for the certified staff, adding 1 teacher for orchestra North Moore and then the state school business system modernization, which comes to $1.9 million of fixed costs. So as Dr. Grimsey pointed out, if we only get $850,000, we're not gonna be able to meet the state salary increase for locally paid staff, or how are we gonna do it is the question. Because you can't treat locally paid staff different than state paid staff.
And if we were to get $850,000 in increased local funding, that means in order for these things to happen, we would have to cut 1.1 million in additional local expense in order to accommodate 1.9 million in fixed cost increases.
Just to cover fixed costs, to keep the same systems and the same employees in place. No new programs, no new staff, the same programs and employees in place.
So fixed cost increases are exceeding fixed revenue increases every year, and over time, you just cannot sustain that relationship. At some point, you've got to do something dramatic, either substantially increase revenues or substantially decrease cost.
So here are the other items that aren't fixed costs that we identified in the budget priorities. The classified salary step increase from the study that was done, the bridge funding positions, restoring teachers for class size reduction in grades 4 through 12, the director of operations, human resources, which you could argue is a fixed cost, additional tech support, diff support, and media tech positions for another $1.9 million of needs that the district has. So when you add the other identified needs and the fixed cost needs, you come to that 3.837500 number. As Dr. Grimsey already mentioned, we don't know what the county's going to give us next year. We don't have a proposal, so that's why I have a question mark here. We have no idea what their projected revenue source is. So we're guessing right now it's not going to be $1.9 million that we're going to have to cover for fixed costs, or we hope that. We don't know that. They may choose not to give us anything. So again, we're at $1.9 million for fixed cost, $1.9 million for other identified needs. What are we going to have to come up with to cover those fixed costs going forward next year? And then I have a summary of one-time cost. We have startup costs for the opening of Southern Pines and Pinehurst, $157,000. We're going to get some savings from the opening of Aberdeen Elementary next year. I'm estimating those savings at $330,000. You may remember that we had anticipated opening of both, saving of $740,000. So we're deferring part of that over till the next year, but anticipating realized savings over in Aberdeen of $330,000. And as you know, we need money for capital improvements, urgent needs that we have, additional $2.1 million for capital needs next year. So our one-time cost, when you take in the savings that we'll realize from Aberdeen Elementary, is another $1.9 million.
What we're not illustrating here is that the commissioners for this year allocated $740,000 in local expense to cover the operating expenses for McDeeds Creek as an additional school. This $330,000 savings for the opening of Aberdeen will come out of that $740,000, and then the balance of what's provided for Southern Pines and Pinehurst will come out next year. That is money that by agreement between the two boards is automatically going to come out. So the savings that he mentions here, it's not like, well, there's some savings, there's $330,000 we can use for something else. That doesn't work that way. That money's coming out. In fact, at this point, under the original agreement, all of the money for both Southern Pines and Aberdeen, that whole $740,000 was scheduled to come out this coming year. But because the opening of Southern Pines has been delayed into next year, it is our hope with our proposal that the commissioners will be kind enough to only pull $330,000 out and allow the balance of that to continue for one more year. That's our hope. But that is not certain at this point. We don't have any commitment to that.
And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
So is that additional, that 1.9 is an additional
Yes, it is, yes. It's not including the 3.8.
Any other questions? Did we have to end up on such
We're
a
all
depressing
smiling now,
note?
right?
Yeah.
Well, we were kind of hoping to end with the folks that just spoke. We were hoping to get this one in before
Yeah.
they came up, but unfortunately, these are the facts that will frame the budget presentation, and we do look forward to meeting with individuals of you and getting your reaction and questions between now and that time. Madam Chair, the staff has completed its work.
All right, that brings us to board comments. Ms. Caldwell. Mr. Dennison?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Brown?
I'd first like to congratulate the Elite, the young ladies who won the Innovative Solution Award this weekend. The first Lego competition.
First Lego
League competition. Also to thank the North Carolina Reading Association and our Moore County Reading Association for all the young author winners that we had, the state winners. We even have a young lady, I think she's from New Century Middle School, who is going to, with her illustrations, is going to produce the cover of the young author's booklet. So I think that's a real coup for us to have these awards being given to our students, and also to thank the teachers and the parents, because it was due to the teachers' hard work to get the students together to submit all the information. And having been a judge on the Young Authors Competition, it is not an easy situation to get it all together. And to the parents for the transportation and getting the children there for the state awards in March. So congratulations.
Mr. Weaver?
I know they're not here now, but I do appreciate the comments from the classified employees. The personal experiences really drive home the need, and I appreciate them coming and sharing those stories with us.
Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to comment that I think all of us board members, we've been trying to get around to the different school events that it's been on our calendars for the past week or so. And I enjoyed hanging out with Madam Chair most of the day on Friday. We started out at Aberdeen. It's a beautiful school that's coming along, and just so proud of the way the school looks. And then we went to Southern Middle, had a wonderful day with the staff there. And ended up at West Pine, West End, and then down at Union Pines
full day.
for the athletic nominees. So we've got awesome things happening across our district.
We do.
And I know that we don't say it enough, but as you continue to have meetings, you and Dr. Locklear and Dr. Metcalf with our team, our principals, and our staff, just please give them my sincere thanks and kudos, because a lot of what they do is behind the scenes, but they just really make our district shine with regard to the work that's been done for our students.
Thank you. And a few more words. It is that time of year, budget time. We appreciate all the input today from teachers and senior staff to help us understand the areas of critical importance within our schools. I don't think anyone would disagree with these requests for more teachers and support staff to help our students in all grades achieve at their full potential. Now it will be our job to convince the county commissioners that classes of 35 or 36 are not acceptable, and that underpaid custodians and bus drivers are able to find better paying jobs elsewhere. We understand that each and every one of these requests is of critical importance to the lives of our children, and we will ask our commissioners for support of these additional items. I want to respond briefly to comments made by Commissioner Lewis Gregory at the Commissioners' All-Day Work Session in January. Mr. Gregory expressed his concern that there was ongoing neglect of some parts of the Carthage Elementary School. A cracked window that hadn't been replaced, gutters that hadn't been cleaned, soffits that seemed rotten. All of us on the tour will readily agree with him that there are repairs to be made. What Mr. Gregory did not mention is that for the past 3 years, we have presented the commissioners with a long-range plan for major repairs. a list that spans the next 20 years, a list that can make up for maintenance that has been deferred for over 30 or more years. Unfortunately, each of the last 4 budget cycles, our commissioners have chosen to ignore this list, which in effect is their way of telling us to defer those repairs some more. Well, Mr. Gregory, now is the time for our commissioners to stand with us rather than complaining about us. Look carefully at our request for capital funding and be with us as we replace those cracked windows and rotting soffits. Let us work together to maintain our Moore County schools and ensure that every child is in a safe, secure, maintained building. Thank you again, senior staff. Mr. Dennison.
Madam Chair, I move the meeting be adjourned.
All in favor? Aye. Aye, okay.
Thank you.